quite quiet out there, maybe the radio's sort of giving it a bit of life.
True, yeah, that's true.
But
Welcome back to radio series. I'm pleasant to introduce for our fourth episode Komane from our department music, performance and production. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. So we're gonna introduce, we're gonna start this podcast with questions. We're gonna listen to a few tracks from Komane. It's gonna be quite exciting podcast for today. So I want to start a few questions. So how did you first get into music?
So how did I first get into music? Wow, long time ago. When I was young, my family moved around a lot, but there was always a piano in the house. So I always used to just play around on the piano, figure out how to play certain songs that I would hear or like, or just mess around like that. So after a while, I got better at that, and that's how I first got into music in the beginning.
Perfect. So what instruments can you play?
So I dabble with quite a few. I can play the piano. I know my way around a bit. The guitar, ukulele, bass guitar. I played the drums for a little bit, long time ago as well. So those are the main ones, and then any cool, quirky ones, every here and there I'll just mess around.
Yeah, you can quite probably instruments. Yeah, you can quite play few instruments. Yeah. So when did you start singing and rapping?
So singing and rapping came a lot later in my life, I think. It's actually a funny story. In my last year of high school, or before going to uni, my school did a talent show. So I used to be in a band with my friends, and I just used to play some instruments. But I did a different group, and we did a performance. We were the rap group, and there was another performance at the end, and that's the first time I ever wrote lyrics, and that's the first time I ever rapped in front of people. So it started when I was probably 18. Singing, I used to always sing songs that I liked, but my own songs only came later on, when I was 19 onwards. And now I love it. Can't imagine not doing it ever again.
Nice to hear this. Which instrument is your favorite to play?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I guess I have different favorites for different things. I love how fun and expressive the guitar is, and the ukulele. So I enjoy that a lot. But then I also enjoy just how comfortable the piano feels sometimes. So it's between those two, I guess. And then, you can tell I love talking, I love singing, so I could always do the voice as well. It just is one of those.
Yeah. Anyway, vocal is actual instruments. It's you can implement in your tracks. Anyway. So do you prefer analog or digital music?
So I honestly, the more I've learned about different aspects of music, I appreciate both. I appreciate all sides of it. So if something sounds, it's more so how it sounds to me, right? How it feels, because there's that warmth with analog music and that intimacy. It feels real and live there. But there's just a feeling how different digital music can feel, and how it can take you to a different place even sometimes. So I don't prefer either. I love both.
Nice. What would you say is your greatest strength as artist?
I think my greatest strength as an artist is that when I'm being an artist, when I'm making music or creating anything, you can trust that whatever I've made, be it a song or a beat or anything, is real, it's true, because I put myself into it and my experiences through life into it. So what you're hearing, whatever story you're listening to, is a real experience, and I think real experiences are what bring us together, and what we can actually connect with people that we've never met or never seen even, and brings a feeling of it helps you feel like comfortable sometimes and feel like it's gonna be okay. You know? That's like what I like to think.
Yeah, no.
That my music can bring to somebody. So, yeah, I think that would be my strength.
Life is a journey that we must all take.
Can be like a weakness maybe. Yeah, actually, like, the question is, what's your main weakness?
Because this is our story.
I think my weakness,
Everyone.
I'd say my greatest weakness as an
Life
artist
is a journey.
is
Life is a journey that we must all take.
there's times that there can be so much going on in your head. You have so many ideas, so many things you want to say, so many words, and sometimes finding the way to present all of it together in one package, like a song or an EP or an album, can be difficult, you know. So I think my weakness that I've worked on a bit, it's still there, is kind of focusing in sometimes and staying consistent with it. But then again, everything in its own time, so you don't need to judge things, just let them be. It's my
This can be like quite difficult, like organizing and, you know, get out the ideas and like settle, and yeah, it's quite like tough. But
I think with that then comes overthinking as well, and I think that is where the greatest weakness can be sometimes, because I think if you overthink something too far, you can suffocate the idea or yourself, and then you can't get it out, you know. So yeah.
true, definitely indeed. Definitely indeed. All right, we're gonna have like a little break. We're gonna play like a baby cafe as you lay up.
Shawty, I don't mind if you're leaving with me. We can stay here till 3. Shawty, I don't.
You were the first one to see me. Santa Monica rooftop and it's beaming. Ultralight beaming, I'm feeling grateful for all of the feelings, yeah.
Looking back into the past, I can see I was not ready to feel it. I had to open up a dialogue with myself. Then I had to take a moment to heal it. And I'm talking from the heart, coming from the heart. But thank God you didn't steal it. Yeah, thank God that you didn't steal it.
Now I can go on and on talking about it all, but I'd rather just be living. If I myself focus on love from another, when all that I needed was love from the enemy. Now I can walk it and talk it, I like it, I love it, I lock the shit up in my pocket. Well, I'm on a different wave, different zone, different state, but it's not that deep.
Girl, I just want you to stay. Even though you gotta go away, I understand I got nothing to say. I'll link you at her baby cafe. Shawty, I don't mind if you're leaving with me. We can stay here till 3. Shawty, I don't mind.
Welcome back. So yeah, we're gonna get back to like our like podcast. Still like few questions. We still like listen like music. So yeah. So what inspired you on this song?
This song was this was a cool one. This is one of my favorites so far as a song that I released or story to tell, because so the title itself, Habibi Cafe, a lot of people thought that was just made up. Habibi Cafe is the name of an actual cafe in LA, Los Angeles, in the US. It's actually in West Hollywood. So I used to live there for about a year, and I would go to this cafe with my friend at the time, and we're still friends, but at that time it was not necessarily like just platonic. Like I had feelings for her, honestly, at some point. And this song was just basically a story of just you know, good memories, good times together, having fun, and the fact that we both had to leave whenever we did. So we had our time there, and it was great for what it was. So the whole vibe of the song is like it's more of a celebration. So celebrate those good moments in your life, those good times you have. I know life can get hard, it can get dark sometimes, but it's those small shiny moments that like make it worth it. So that was the inspiration for the song, honestly.
Thanks. That's actually like a good storyline though. Yeah. So I have like a couple of questions. How would you describe the music you typically create?
So the music I make, you know, everyone wants to put things into genres and categories, and that's fair. Whatever helps you articulate it or connect with it better. A lot of the stuff I make would fall more into hip hop or R&B or pop, maybe some Afro. But I think that from describing the music I make, it's music that you can feel and you can connect to, right? If there's stories in it, you can connect to that story, or it can bring out an emotion that you feel at the time, right? My thing with music, and I think my mission is just that a lot of people don't want to feel and don't want to feel some emotions. It can get hard, but if I can make music that can help you feel those things, be it joy or be it sadness or whatever it is, as long as you're feeling your emotion, you can feel through it and move forward from it, right? So that's what I'm trying to do with my music.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. What's your creative process like?
This one's always a funny one. My creative process is very like me. I don't know how to describe that. It's like in a moment. As soon as any inspiration strikes me, just in terms of something happening in life, you know, you could go through a breakup, you could go through whatever, have great experiences with people. I like to express that, and sometimes music is my like journal or my therapist. Yeah. So my creative process, when it comes to the writing, maybe, and even recording, is very just I let out what I'm thinking and feeling. And if it's the production side, it's more systematic. I'll do this, I'll start with a melody, I'll put some drums, but I never set like a boundary or rule of how it has to be. And if I ever fall into the bucket of doing that, I just stop and I come back to it later and come back free. And that's my process about things usually.
Yeah, it's always like something like personal, journey. Yeah, so I have like another question. Who would you like collaborate with?
There's so many people I would love to collaborate with at different points. I think at the top, a dream collaboration would be with J. Cole. He's up there for me. It's like, he's one of my favorite, if not my favorite artist. And I would love to collaborate with him in music, but I also know that us being in a space, just talking even, and that would lead to the music, would be amazing, priceless. So he's definitely somebody that I would.
Because it's like a great artist, so yeah, it can be like inspirational. Yeah.
He resonates well with me because I love the storytelling. You know, it's your experiences and you're sharing it in a way that people can relate with. So that's something that I would love to work with him on, you know.
That's nice, Doug. Yeah. So I mean, like that would be like related to the next question as well. If you could go open a show for like an artist, who would he be?
Wow, if I could open a show for an artist. It's funny because I would love to be on stage with him at some point, of course, J. Cole. But if I'm opening for somebody, and I just know it would be so much fun to open for Amine. I don't know, a lot of people now know him, but still not everybody. Amine is dope as hell. He's the coolest to me. And I know even when I met him once, and he's just so real and so fun. And I would love to be on stage opening up for him. It would be sick. It would just be a lot of fun.
Interesting. Yeah, do you have any favorite like venue you would like to perform?
Wow. Favorite venue? So I would really like to perform at a festival, like a big festival. That would be a lot of fun to me, just because it seems like, because everyone's there, even some of your other favorite artists. It would be a lot of fun as the artist being there as well, right? And there's some very cool ones in the US. There's some dope ones here. I haven't been to many here yet, but honestly, any big festival would be amazing. I'd love to be at Coachella, lead stage, turn up, have everybody singing your song. Like, that would be amazing. But honestly, any big stage would be amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Indeed, it's not like it can be like you have like a favorite venue, but yeah, if you're in like a festival, it's always like everywhere, like around the world. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely. So we're gonna have like last break. So we're gonna introduce Season. That's the right spell. See you later. Yeah, welcome back. This is gonna be the last part of our podcast today. So yeah, what inspired you on this song?
It's funny because it's gonna sound like every song is inspired by a girl, and it might be the way it goes. But yeah, this was inspired by another connection that I made with somebody that I've known for quite a while, quite a few years, and we're great friends. At the time, we were getting very close, and it was just it felt a very warm, happy time in my life, and I just felt like, yeah, I didn't even think about it. I was just sitting there. I made the beat one day, then not long after that, the lyrics just started coming, and then I really liked the song a lot, like Habibi Cafe as well, because I'm singing more on it, and these are some of the few songs where, for Season, since it was earlier, it's one of the first times I sang in that way, and I really liked and found out a lot more about my voice by doing that. So it was like a whole learning experience, and that mirrored what was happening in real life, learning about like myself and my interactions with this other person and everything, you know. So yeah, that was that.
Interesting. Yeah, so this is gonna be like the funny part of the podcast. Yeah, we're gonna have like questions about like your studies. How do you go? So yeah, I was studying for, you've been like 2 years studying here, right? I was there.
So it's definitely been interesting. I didn't necessarily know what to expect going in, because we've been in an interesting time period. Everybody, the past 2 or 3 years, struggled with everything. So my whole first year was online, and I only came here then my second year. And so far it's definitely been an experience. There's a lot of things that I didn't expect that have come up, and things that I did expect that didn't come up either. So there's been that, but I think there's been a lot of really, really cool people that I've met that I wouldn't have been able to meet if I wasn't here, like yourself, and some other people, of course. So I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, so what was like the most achievement at UO?
I think a big thing for me, it's gonna sound funny, but so Habibi Cafe releasing it, that's only been able to come out properly and come out in the way that I had it sounding in my head and how I wanted to roll it out and everything about it, because I was here, and again because I met you to even work on it and just make it come to fruition in the way that I wanted. So that's something that I hold actually very dearly to me, and I'm very grateful for that, and I see that as a big achievement. And it was a good moment just because there was a lot of things that I learned, like, oh, I can let this go, I can let somebody else handle this part, do this part, help me with this part. I don't have to do everything alone, even though I could. It could even be better with other people. So I was grateful for that.
Interesting. You think studies like UO like help you to understand better like where you want to go in the future, or your skills?
I think one big thing that being here has helped is being around other talented people like yourself and everyone else that I've interacted with. It reminded me of the different aspects of being a creator, an artist, a musician, songwriter, anything that I haven't focused on as much in the recent, I would say 2 years. You know, like even just playing instruments. Like I feel like I had slacked with a few of my skills, and being around people who are good at what they do makes you feel like, yeah, okay, I can get back on top of my stuff. So that's something that's definitely helped me and has got me back on track, if that makes sense. And I just think specifically one or two things we've done in different courses where it's like music for film or music for adverts specifically has been fun, because it's stuff I have done before, but doing it in a more structured manner makes me see how this is something I would actually like to get into as my own like personal, even more so side or hobby, whilst I'm being an artist.
All right. Where do you see your musical career in 10 years?
So in 10 years from now, I love these types of questions because I always like to stay present in the moment, but then also set your intentions for the future, because you have to. And I believe you manifest what you want in your life because you hold the keys to all the doors in your life. So 10 years from now, I'll be in my 30s already. I'll be out there. Music will be how it is, how it's meant to be. You know, I'll be on stages, I'll be performing. I'll be those people that I look up to as my inspirations will be my peers. You know, at that point, that's something I see for myself in 10 years. You know, and the name Komani being a household name. You know, that those are things that I aspire to.
If you would change something in the music industry, what would it be?
Definitely, and I think this can be extended to the rest of the world in general, not just the music industry. But I think if people treated each other with more compassion, more respect, and just the golden rule, you know, treat others how you'd like to be treated yourself, you know? If there was a lot more of that, more empathy, more compassion for each other, I think music industry and the world in general would be a much better place, because you wouldn't have people disrespecting each other the way that they do, or not about that, and I don't think a lot of people would really want that either. So
Hopefully one day it's gonna be like this. So yeah, this is the last question. What are your plans for the coming months? Do you have any release, any music coming up?
So the next couple months are going to be a very exciting time. I have plans for releases. I'm working on releasing a couple of singles over the next few months. There's stuff I've been working on, and then just how life has been. There's been recent events that have been that you can channel as inspiration, we'll say. And I just have a lot of content. I'm ready to just start working more so on some music and maybe release even a project later on in the year, who knows, we'll see. But definitely a lot more music coming out and a lot of content around the music, like if it's music videos or just like interesting merchandise and everything. There's a lot of that. And then also just start doing shows around here as COVID gets better and all of that.
Hopefully everything's gonna be settled and good for you. Thanks for your time. It was like very nice having you here. We hope like all the best for you. I'll see you soon.
Thank you so much for having me. This was a lot of fun. I love stuff like this, so I will gladly be back whenever you need me or want to talk. And it's always a pleasure talking with you as well. You know that, and I will always say that. Amazing person. Until the next time.
Hello, welcome back to Radioactive 2.0 live at the University of East London Royal Dock Centre of Sustainability for our coverage of the Creative Industries Festival. This is now day 3. What you just heard was episode 4 of the UEL Music Radio, focusing on Mark Mahinda, better known as Kamani, from Nairobi, Kenya. He's a rapper, singer, producer and fashion designer based in London. And in the episode you just heard, we sat down with him as he showed off and spoke about his music. So next we'll be going into an episode from Makers and Mavericks, episode 2, called Creating Culture and Artistic Practice with renowned artist Keith Winter. Internationally celebrated artist and head of visual arts at UBL, Keith Winter, gives us his hot take on performance arts and breaks down his process of creating art that draws crowds around the globe. Please enjoy.
Live from East London. UEL Radio.
All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to our podcast. This is episode 2. So stoked to be here with Dr. Keith Winter, a.k.a. at Keith Winter.
Hello.
On Instagram and other things that you can kind of sign your name as Keith Winter. When I first met you, I thought your name was actually Keith. Then I realized your name is actually Dr. KW.
Yeah, I used Keith for art from about 2011 when I'd moved to London and nobody could say Keith properly. So
Interesting.
all right, Keith. And I thought, actually, that's quite a nice segue to sort of have a very close moniker to the original name that I can get away with more in the art stuff. And maybe it's kind of, you get bands and artists, musical artists particularly, like Arthur Russell has Loose Joints at Dinosaur L. I thought, I'm just going to riff on this a little bit.
Do you like the winter? Is that your favorite season?
Good question. No, I do like the summer, but I'm cold winter, and so it would make sense if I said yes.
Yeah,
but I like the sun, I've got to be honest. I understood holidays more later in life when people just go away for 2 weeks to get burned and crisp up and just generally kind of be debaucherous and be lazy. So for that, I look forward to that when the sun comes. Yeah.
You look well hydrated. You look like Like sweating is good.
I'll be honest.
You know? Some people don't. Some people don't.
My most expensive vice now, being in my middle age, is buying. This is bad. Sorry for the plastic in the oceans, but buying bottled water from the shop, so that I know that I drink that much every day. I need to figure out how to recycle that plastic, of course.
I hear you. But I think hydration is key.
Hydration is key.
I think some people they don't hydrate enough, you know.
Absolutely, and then they get these sort of strange lumps in their body, and they're retaining water. Apparently, fact.
Just make that up.
No, I think it's true.
You think it's true?
But you are a doctor.
I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor of something that's probably not that useful. Yeah.
Like what?
Well, I'm a doctor in specifically philosophy, which I think was the name on the certificate. I did do my sort of DIY thread through philosophy, but the subject area was really about architecture, the built environment, types of spaces. I started to categorize spaces that led into sculpture. And if you came across a peculiar space, if you had to extract something from that, what would be the piece or the item or the object that you would take from that? And then can you explore that in a gallery by either repurposing it or taking the actual thing and analyzing it? What makes this thing potent? Why is it telling us something about our built environment? And then in turn, how does our built environment affect us? I suppose that would be a sort of freestyling pitch on my subject area for my PhD.
Very interesting. How does the built environment of UEL affect you?
I think it's got pluses. I think UEL's only recently realised all of the USPs or advantages it has. I think physically, for example, we have the biggest body of water beside the Docklands campus. The biggest body of water, I should say, that's been docked, apparently in the UK. We have an airport literally right next door. Not that we should all be flying all the time, but we have this sort of global connection, to an alpha city in the world. And now with Custom House taking us whizzing on the Elizabeth line, we're right 15 minutes away from anywhere in central London. So I think, with some aspects like water, old industry connections, you were talking about filming in Millennium Mill where Kubrick filmed, Full Metal Jacket. I think having these things and identifying them and then using them properly, it's something UEL hasn't really caught on to until recently, when our public spaces actually look quite nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what are you doing, with that being your practice, right? And kind of philosophizing about these built spaces and stuff. And, one thing you've done quite well here at UEL is, create a real sense of culture and community. And I think that's something that we admire you for. And I feel like that also goes into your practice, too. So not just crafting physical spaces, but
Sure.
crafting these kind of, cultural spaces. So how do you see your practice here at UEL with the students, kind of as an academic and as a teacher?
I think it's really important to create a buzz and a hype. And I've been involved in some things in my life that, whether by accident or deliberately, created that kind of buzz or hype. One of the first ones for me was a bit odd, but it was growing up with my dad as the preacher in a sort of evangelical Pentecostal American style charismatic church. So I understood and went through the ranks of sort of being the acetate boy that bought the words on the overhead projector with my team, through to being told to get learning drums to help the guy who was playing the songs in the strange leisure centre cafe where the church was held every Sunday. So I suppose, moving on from that quickly, fast forwarding through my life, with things like that, with understanding kind of congregations of people or groupings of people where they experience real community and they feel included and they feel like that's a place they can belong. That was quite important. Leading through perhaps then to things like art, building a project space in Belfast in my Victorian house at that time in about 2008 to 2011. There's a space we called it Delawab, which was a sort of accidental whisper we saw on a TV one time. But that became this kind of place where music and art could connect. We even had a room dedicated. It was a cheap rent at that time in Belfast. We had a white cube little bedroom that we gave over to artists who wanted to come and stay in there and do a residency.
Cool.
And I suppose there was different commitment levels at different points through to, running parties and having 300 people in your house with bands playing between Belfast and Dublin, or bands on tour used to quite often come and do after parties there, through to actually having dinners and conversation. And suppose when I came to UEL about 7 years ago, I could see that the infrastructure was there, but there was all this potential perhaps for different disciplines to come together and to celebrate that. And that's where physical space, I think we now have physical space in our architecture and visual arts building. Physical space is connected. We've got a gallery, we've got workshops, we've got a great sort of lecture hall, and and then a nice outdoor courtyard. And when those spaces actually connect quite physically quite well together, you've got the recipe and the ingredients for the social architecture functioning well.
Yeah.
So if you run a tight program and you can move between spaces and it's been well publicized and it's, it looks good and you've got great content, then there's no reason why that sense of culture and community can't thrive. After that, you might consider things like growth and numbers and all these things that we get told as academics across the board, really, in the UK sector to think about. But I don't think that you can grow anything before you've got a core identity.
Yeah.
Rant over.
You've been doing a lot of really interesting work. I think recently over the Christmas holiday, you were in Mexico. You were down in Mexico, Ciudad in Mexico, doing your thing, what I mean? Teotihuacan, Puerto Vallarta, Acapulco,
Yeah.
Playa del Carmen.
Yeah, that's a good spot.
Were you there?
I've been there, yeah.
Okay, but not on this trip.
Not on this trip.
Okay, cool.
No.
But but you were also presenting your artwork, and so there's not only do you have, I guess, your academic practice as an interior designer, but on the side you have your artistic practice, where you actually do some really, really cool kind of performance art, based things. Can you just talk a little bit about your work, particularly tax return as well, and your work as an artist?
I suppose the backdrop of that is rewinding to this drumming thing.
Yeah.
So Dad, probably the first dad ever to buy their son a drum kit, and let the noise ensue after that. I was interested when I was getting into sculpture and trying to understand materiality as object form that might have some energy inherent or attached or even given to it. How could I mix these worlds of kind of music, percussion, and sculpture? So I started to weld these boxes and forms of metal, cleared up my studio. Funny enough, had a couple of mics a bit like this, miking up the room, a couple of octaves for any mic freaks out there, and recorded the sound of the production processes. So, welding, sanding, angle grinding, whatever it is, cutting, chopping up metal. But also then I started to listen to old acid house tracks, like Adonis, No Way Back or something like that, classic acid house track from late 80s. And for the length of that track, I was using different sized hammers to try and impact these metal boxes that I'd cut and welded together. And this was my interest, I suppose, in a way to see, is it possible to get a snare drum into an object or a kick into a form? Can I somehow translate this energy into something else? And then it has a kind of another life to it. And I would call that embodied energy. Can this object hold and store that? And so I quite like romanticizing about objects holding a sense of character or personality. A lot of artists, for example, talk about when they've made the work, particularly if it transacts and sells, they sort of, one of their children has gone into the wild and they've lost, this sort of the sense of some sort of weird parental, severance, that it's no longer it's grown up now, it's off in the big bad world. So I quite like romanticizing about objects in that way. The mixture of drumming and sculpture then started to get more performative, and tax return, funny you mentioned that. This was commissioned by a gallery called Void, which aptly has an opening this Saturday, which I'm in, which is celebrating 20 years of the gallery. It's an incredible organisation that's been publicly funded but also has its own autonomy. It had a young person's art school. It's in a very historic part of Northern Ireland, Ulster, Ireland. It's called Londonderry, but it's also called Elstrop-Derry, and it's also called Derry, and that's got religious and political connotations to it. But nonetheless, I went there, and it was funny enough, towards the end of January, a few years ago, and I was commissioned to make a performance. So three people were commissioned, Irish artists were commissioned to make a performance. Mine was called Tax Return. I ordered a Ryman pastel pink filing cabinet from one of their range, if you like. Took the whole range of colours they do actually supply, put that on as a backdrop rolling kind of screen behind me, and for 20 minutes I proceeded to sort of hammer, test the sonic properties of this filing cabinet, ultimately resulting in sledgehammering it to bits, and then sort of trying to reform it like a strange kind of maquette of a skyscraper, which was a new thing at that time. It sounds all very silly, but in a funny way, I suppose it's this, it's kind of a folly, really. Here's this guy bashing up and, using effects pedals at times with contact mics, trying to understand, does this filing cabinet offer me anything more other than being a filing cabinet? So that piece is being shown, that was made in 2018. That piece is being shown opening this Saturday at a really cool event in Derry. at Void's 20-year kind of anniversary show.
Brilliant. Are you going?
I'm not actually going to go. I've got a couple of other things I have to do.
Yeah.
But it's on for a couple of months, I believe, so I'm hoping to get over there and see it, yeah.
Fantastic. Congrats just on
Thanks.
all that. It's pretty cool just to have a legacy with your art. You know, that's nice. And you know, so one legacy that you're creating around your art performance practice is, you know, you did an event this past year called Battenberg.
That's right.
Right, which I thought was pretty cool, man.
You were in it, and
I
you
was
were
in it,
you
yeah.
were the coolest one in it, that's for sure.
Get out of here. Get out of here. You know what I mean? You make me, you know. It was so much fun. It was so much fun. And so why did you even, you know, you and Rob Reed, why did the two of you even put this thing together?
Sure.
What inspired you to do this?
Yeah. I mean, I've got this publication on the top right of the screen. I don't know if you can see that, but this came from a question and a question mark in my mind. Is performance art still relevant? What is it? Can we get away from this sort of one-dimensional conversation, or at least trope, typical cliche of performance art? You know, red is blood. I get naked to shock audience members. You know, this kind of sort of easy fix, this gimmick performance art. Can we get into something a bit more sophisticated here? And so we looked at what we did was we made a festival, which we're hopefully going to run annually, called it Battenberg. That was just a sort of, again, a whisper in a car that came up from thinking about titles. But funny enough, it felt like Battenberg was something that could repeat. I don't know why. It also gave us a logo and a colour theme already inherent in this very sweet marzipan-y type dessert cake thing. So we just ran with it, and we had to do it quite quickly. We were very happy to have people like yourself involved, a really wide range of different types of performance. And I suppose the question wasn't up to me or anyone else organising Battenberg, but rather perhaps even the audience or those who participated as to the validity or justification or definition of performance and what makes that art. So, you know, over 2 weeks we had 2 Wednesday evenings. Performances were limited to 15 minutes, which was key. It wasn't durational, it wasn't hanging around watching somebody pour soil in their head for 5 days. It was very intentionally snapshot of a practice.
Yeah.
And quite often for me, the things that were really excellent in that where people didn't have a strict plan, but they had props and objects and perhaps even instruments around them that triggered some kind of interaction with this site-specific space and also the audience themselves. And I think that was really successful. So you're basically moving it, you know, to get back to that set of spaces. Again, we've got 3 spaces that work really well together. And I think when you move an audience, a bit like a mini festival, you know, you think about a big festival. We used to go to Primavera Sound every year in Barcelona. You know, you'd have 5 minutes till you want to get to that next band. They'd sort of program it that you've got that amount of time just to get, you know, 500 meters to the other stage or one of the 5 stages. So we wanted to set that kind of relationship up. You know, I can't wait to see this thing, and this thing's just ending. So, you know, let's get prepared here. Let's get a tight schedule, but let's let the confusion and the accident and the fun happen within that. And there were some really emotional moments, you know. One of your colleagues, Nida, for example, Redgrave, was fantastic. She bashed away on some drums and she read some poetry. It was just quite self-effacing and quite sort of vulnerable. However, in the vulnerability of it, she flipped it and it became powerful and empowering. And we had a massive audience at both of those sessions. I was really happy with it.
Now you killed it. You killed it. Opinion about performance has always been like one to entertain.
Yes.
Not really necessarily to just like experience art for art's sake, but there's always like a narrative involved, right?
Yeah.
And so this allowed me to kind of approach it in a different way, and you gave me the freedom to be like, oh yeah, I feel safe doing this here.
Yeah.
And it was really cool. What that led to, right? Since, of course, we had some film student shooting and everything. The next month, I applied to 2 different things with that confidence, with that wind that you put to our sails. So Christian Foley and I are now presenting in Cork, Ireland next month, kind of doing kind of what we do, right?
Yeah.
But it was like, oh, this is obviously something that we have to now pitch in a major way. And also, I'm presenting in June in Bilbao, a very artsy kind of thing, but it was all because of Battenberg.
Excellent.
You know, and so kind of within 6 months of Battenberg, honestly, you and Rob have elevated my practice.
That's good.
In a major way.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate you for creating that space for us.
I think one thing to mention maybe that's worth noting is at the beginning of each of those days, we had a really strong student-led or at least student-attended panel where I think what we're trying to do, and you were part of this in one of the panels, which is why it's relevant, is we're trying to turn around the classroom. So it's not so much, again, sorry for all the church references, but like clergy, laity, 90% of what you're going to hear is from one person at the front. This doesn't work anymore for me. And I think in terms of teaching but also inclusivity, when you turn that around, and we had some couches, didn't we, for those panels, and we had 4 microphones.
Yeah.
I mean, basic infrastructure, but that gave students the ownership and the confidence to be part of that conversation. Yeah. And no question's a bad question. So that, I put up a couple of Wikipedia, terrible, research advice, but actually the 2 Wikipedia pages on conceptual art and performance art are fantastic kind of canon reflections on the history of both of those art forms. And so we just put those up on the screen and we talked about them. I mean, it was in my business then to know the canon of performance art going all the way through the 20th century, just to make sure I was well rehearsed on it, because we did have some heavy hitters there who brought the dialogue. Yeah. But actually, the most emotive questions and the most emotive responses were probably to some of your work and also some of the students trying to express who they are in their questions and in their answers, Yeah,
the whole chat about positionality and identity were quite kind of evident. And so the panel that I was on, I was really cool. I mean, the students spoke the most, I think that's what was really beautiful. And, what you're doing is kind of in line with the concept Paulo Freire's work, the pedagogy of the oppressed. Okay. If you're familiar. Yeah. So, really cool academic that we base a lot of I think, I work in hip-hop pedagogy, and it's all built around those practices. And it all goes back to, like, Marxist theory and stuff like that. And I'm not that deep in terms of that, but from an educational perspective, it's about sharing that space with the students. And we are only teacher in title, but when it comes to teaching, it's a level playing field. Sure. And I think we learn so much more from the students sometimes as a result. And that's a part of the student experience and the student education. I think crafting that, not coming from this traditional kind of frankly egotistical teaching method that we call banking education, where it's like, I have knowledge and I'm going to plant this like the matrix into your mind, right? It doesn't work that way, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Right?
No.
Especially now when knowledge they can get it like that. The teaching has evolved, I think, in a way where we're teaching just how to critically think, and hopefully we have that ability as well. And sometimes students, frankly, can think much more critically than we can.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, in today's context, there's 2 types of academics or 2 types of teachers. There's those who think it's enough just to turn up, and then there's those who think, or who are prepared, and they show by doing. Yeah. So, I have a bit of a strap line, to be honest, that I've been thinking about for a few years, which is, don't tell somebody to do what you haven't or won't do yourself. And I think, it's much better when academics and teachers stick to what they're strong at and what they're good at. And so weirdly, I mean, this is kind of the boring part of my speech, I'm sure, today, but as a kind of recent manager of staff, it's in my interest to try and get some colleagues into where they're strong. Don't make somebody speak at the front in front of 100 people if that's not where they're comfortable. Yeah. Or if they're really the corridor chatters, as I call them, get them chatting to people who are coming in on the one-to-ones. Yeah. And I think students understand that. Students can spot a faker a mile off, work with them, like you say, rather than pretending to have all the answers.
Yeah, exactly. So, Keith, I have a question for you. This is our question of the week. Yeah. What tools do young people need to make an impact in the visual arts world?
Well, funny enough, I wrote that question, and
lovely.
I don't know the answer. Yeah. Very honest about that. Okay, this is a nice little plug for another thing. Yeah. The other thing you can see up here, it says Detour Ahead 2024. And this was about 3 weeks ago. I had 15 talks, 15 posters. They're all in this little thing. We'll get them online for anyone who's thinking about UEL, so you can have a think about UEL and what we do here. Detour Ahead was the how-to symposium. It's a thing I've inherited, running the visual arts now in UEL and in the AVA building, which is Architecture and Visual Arts. I was a bit skeptical of it last year, but last year was the first time I organised it, and it was really good. It was emotional. It was all the things we've talked about. It was cultural. It was community-focused. Students had a voice. However, this year I wanted to make it a little bit different, and that was to have the students presenting at the beginning of each day. So 2 of the courses presented on a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning to represent their course. And that kicked off, that blew up. I mean, you couldn't get a seat in the room. And there was a lot of support for each other. And then we had experts come in from their various fields and various disciplines to tell us about what they do, how they do it, unpack, what mechanisms might be useful for our students, how to get Arts Council funding, how to use social media and get most impact from it, what do galleries actually do for artists, who gets paid what. Some of these things probably shouldn't have been recorded, but that's what's glorious about this 3-day symposium, is that it opens up and exposes what the visual arts world is. However, one question for me existed, which is, what are the tools, what is the currency, and what do young people really need or want to make any kind of meaningful impact in a visual arts world? And that could be visual arts plus, it could be like you guys in film. It could be looking towards design practices as well. It could be in music, which is obviously the highest form of art for any musicians out there. What tools are required and what attitude perhaps as well. I don't have the answers to that. So please subscribe to this channel and get your answers in the comments if the comments haven't been disabled, which hopefully they haven't. I have a feeling that I'm a generation beyond, at least now, and when I was looking around the Teacher Ahead crowd and I was carrying microphones around for, again, loads of students wanting to ask questions, wanting to make emotional comments, wanting to share their experience. We had Jeremy Deller last week, which was cool. Big shout out to Jeremy for coming in. The week before we had Jo Parker, who's an integrated art therapist. Yeah. So she runs these Jungian sand trays where you can put objects in sort of sand and blue colour to represent water to understand your psychology. There's very emotional conversations happening around art, but I wasn't sure what the tools are, what young people might need. And that was apparent to me when I was looking around the room in this sort of highly digital, very fickle, sort of strange world we live in now. Do I know the signifiers and the devices that are required? And so it's an open question. I'm sorry I don't have an answer to it, but okay. I think it's a good question to understand how we can facilitate. Of course. That, and what does it mean to have impact in the visual arts world? Does everyone still want to be famous? Does everyone still want to be special? Or have we got to some other kind of society now where people respect each other and don't always need to grab the microphone or don't always have to have their faces seen or whatever it is, Or how do we equal the playing field with visibility? How can good content come through? Yeah. And maybe on that note, one thing I would advise is that, and you're going to hear this from everyone, but hard work does pay off. We always tell our students we have no favourites, only the ones who work hard, and so our favourites are always the hardest working. So even when you don't feel like it, try and set up a funny little pyramid of work for yourself where this is the thing you're trying to avoid. Let's say it's housework. I really hate hoovering. I don't want to do that. So I go down to the next level. I do some dishes or I stick some laundry in the machine. I feel a bit better about it. At some point you're going to come back, you're going to do that hoovering. I think it's the same way for creatives, I've got this thing I need to write, or I've got this painting I've been avoiding, or I've got this editing process I've got to do. I've got a deadline for it, but my inbuilt clock hasn't forced me to do it yet. Try and take a step in to something else, but keep being productive. That's my advice. Productivity.
I like that. It's not immediate. Impact usually isn't immediate. That's true. That's very true. Impact by definition, yes, that is. But when we talk about people actually being impactful,
I think try as many things as you can. I've always been a firm believer in, try something and experience something so that you understand it. That's how my understanding works. I know that that's not the same for everyone. However, I don't regret that much, and I do think that in terms of creativity and production, like I was mentioning before, if you turn your hand to something that you are not necessarily an expert at, that can sometimes yield interesting and accidentally positive results. So, for example, some of my favorite bands that I've watched over the years have been, they might be, the guitarist might have taken a sidestep to the keyboard, and the keyboardist went onto the drum kit, and then the drummer went and became this front singer, male or female, and through that trashy kind of DIY punk rock dilettante maverick nature, they formed something that they could never have done with their sort of siloed expertise. So I think try things that you've never done before. Go and befriend technicians, and that might lead then to something fresh coming out. I think originality is a difficult one. How do you be original? how do you add something that we've never seen before? There's so many fusions now of things. You know, it's the classic interview with David Bowie that Jeremy Paxman has when he's talking about the internet. I don't know if you've never seen that, watch that clip. You know, Jeremy Paxman is confused when David Bowie's singing like 1999 that the internet's going to take over the world, which is classic trope for both of those guys. But David Bowie kind of goes through music and he says, you know, in the 60s you had 2 bands, in the 70s you had 10 bands, in the 80s house music came and dance music came, and it changed the focus from, like you said before, actually, that, you know, we've got all the answers on the stage. You know, it was a collective experience of music, and then since then, of course, you've got everything else that's fused together and become a massive network. You know, I think there's a possibility when, you know, you take some risks and try things that you haven't tried before, because they might lead to kind of concoctions of ingredients.
Yeah.
Something fresh might come out of that. Originality is difficult, you know, to think about, but something that's new to yourself is good enough, I think.
I think so. Just be yourself. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because we are all unique individuals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our
yeah.
sequence, our DNA sequence of codes
That's the secret. You've said
are
it.
not the same.
Be yourself.
Be yourself. And I
If
think
you don't
we
know who
try
that
to
is, don't worry about it.
boom, you'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out.
If you allow yourself to,
Yeah.
you know? Hey, everybody. This is Keith Winter, Dr. Keith Winter. This is that guy, right? When people are like, yo, who's him, who's he? That's him, that's he.
That's me.
He's making things happen, and he's somebody who's making impact here at UEL. We all look up to you. We appreciate you. We want to be just like you. And you're, but honestly, I think it's admirable, the work that you do in creating culture. And you don't have to do it. That's the thing. Like, no one's sitting here saying, hey, Keith, can you please, like, you know, create culture and unite the academics within the school and elevate them? Like, you don't have to do that. You could strictly just fire bend all by yourself. Thank you so much for doing that. And again, I think that's where you talk about taking risk. You know, doing the things that you don't have to do, but you have this want to do it. You know, so I appreciate you. And thanks for being on the podcast and joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You know, and big shout out to our producer, Kate Jepson, making things happen. You know, and big shout out to the big man PE, Patrick Evans. Until next time.
UEL Radio.
Okay, good morning. Welcome back to day 3 of the Creative Industries Festival, live from the Royal Docks Centre of Sustainability. I'm joined by Jaheem, aka Kutsu, right? Yes, sir. We have spoken before, obviously, and we're both doing the same course, so on the same subjects. Just tell me a bit about what you're doing here this morning and what your role is here at the Creative Industries Festival.
Hi, so I am Jaheem. I make music under the name Kutsu. Today I'm here with Radioactive 2.0. We've been setting up this live broadcast over the past 3 days, sort of covering the Creative Industries Festival, interviewing a lot of participants who've come here, people who've set up like exhibitions, just showcasing, like for example, organizations, their own work. There's been a lot of really interesting people who've come on to have discussions here, and I've also been sort of behind the scenes, just helping out with the engineering for the live broadcasts and helping sure that everything goes smoothly. Yeah.
Cool. And would you have any advice for anybody turning up over the next couple of days?
Advice.
Any tips?
It's hard to say, really. I mean, of the people I've met over the past 3 days, I'd say like there's a lot of really interesting creatives that have come here today. So I think like if you're a creative and you're coming to a festival like this, it would be really nice to sort of like just speak to other people here, sort of just like get the word out there. Because there's a lot of people that I had to like go up to and sort of like introduce myself, be like, hey, you know, we're here doing the radio, you know, what's your story? And it's like, before I said that, it's like, they seem sort of a bit like, I don't want to say shy, but sort of a bit closed off until I sort of started the conversation. And then, so I feel like, it really comes down to networking, but a lot of people here have like amazing stuff that they should be showing off more. I feel like,
Right.
to, like have a bit more like confidence
Right.
in your projects,
Yeah.
because there's amazing stuff going on here, and I feel like more people need to hear about it.
Absolutely. What are you getting out of this yourself? Have you gotten anything from this experience, either from the setting up, the preparation as an engineer, or just for the last few days of actually being here?
Well, in terms of like setting up for the live stream, this is something that I haven't really had much experience in terms of like, for example, the art assets you're probably seeing on the stream right now. I actually created, which is the first time I've really done anything like that. So
It
that
looks
was
wicked.
Oh, thank you.
No worries.
I'm glad it came out good. Yeah. So that sort of technical side of it is something that I haven't really had much experience with until now. But
You're
in terms
looking to do more of that logo design stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, in the past, I've done sort of some graphic design in terms of relating to my own music. But yeah, it's definitely something I want to go into in the future as well. And then also in terms of just here at the festival, just met a lot of really interesting people. Yeah, just networking.
Awesome.
I got interviewed myself a couple of times, which was a bit
Sweet.
surprising. It's
Yeah.
like, I thought it would be my job setting up the interviews, not being interviewed. But yeah,
Exactly.
that was quite nice. Yeah.
Exactly. Good. And I know you've been out there gathering people and getting people in for me to rabbit to, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that in itself is a skill to get people to come in. Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of people are really shy.
Yeah, I
You know?
did say those. Like, our host, lovely guy.
Well, bless.
Like,
You know.
don't need to be afraid of anything.
Yeah.
And even like the most shy people that we've had, like I think on Wednesday, there were a few people who were really shy to do an interview. Like, it was their first time.
Yeah.
Really being on this kind of like platform.
Yeah.
But they came out saying like, yeah, it was really good. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know why I was overthinking it.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you, dude, for your help along the way for the last few days as well, you know?
No worries, no worries.
But yeah, okay, is there anything you'd like to say for your own, like, promoting your own stuff right now, or?
Yeah, so after this, I believe we're going to go into another podcast that me and you did.
That's right.
Back when we were studying here.
Alright.
So the music that's featured there is
Yeah.
probably the last bit of music I have released. I haven't really
Yeah.
been doing a lot of
You've
music.
been busy, right?
Yeah, just being
Yeah.
busy, just
Yeah.
working,
Yeah.
other projects as well.
Life gets in the way.
Yeah, I've been trying to get back into music, but yeah, just finding the time, sort of the motivation as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I do want to start getting into that, but also like other creative projects as well. Like
Yeah, exactly.
thinking like videography, like video
cool.
editing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think setting up this project as well on this live stream has sort of been like quite inspiring in terms of that as well. Just to
Right.
like venture out into other avenues.
Would you consider, like, using AI for anything, or are you anti, or?
I mean, a lot of musicians like in my community are pretty heavily anti-AI.
Right.
I'm
for video making.
For video making, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say in terms of like for content creation, I'm of the stance that now that AI has been introduced, there's no like real way to sort of pretend it doesn't exist.
That's
like
right.
it's always going to be a part of like creating content from now on.
Mm.
However, I'm of the idea that I mean, for me personally, I only really use AI to improve my workflow rather than take away from sort of the creative integrity that I want to have over my own stuff.
Mhm.
So in terms of using AI for like video or like image editing, or not image editing, like generation,
Mhm.
alright.
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't.
Right.
Just because I'd like to have that sort of agency over my own stuff.
Cool.
But I would be open to use it for speeding up my workflow, sort of
Yeah.
improving the way I work, or
Yeah.
giving the way I work sort of like a new angle, for example. Because I feel like technology, whenever like new technology comes around, it's always interesting to see how you can sort of use that as a tool to sort of leverage some more creativity.
Absolutely.
I feel.
Yeah.
So as long as it doesn't impede on my creativity and sort of aims to assist it or aid it, will be using it in that sense.
That's a healthy way of looking at things, you know. So you're not completely anti-AI like this movement that's coming up at the moment, but you also know that it changes from year to year as well. So something that would have been something cool in 2023, 24 is now completely different in 25.
Right.
So yeah, it's constantly evolving. So
yeah, I feel like it's really hard to be like exclusively anti-AI in
Right.
this day and age, because like for me personally, it kind of feels like an outright denial of AI, and it's like as much as it would be great for AI to say not exist, that's never going to happen at this point.
Exactly.
It's I mean
the
AI
genie is out of the bottle, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's like we've opened Pandora's box. The genie's out of the bottle. But like you said, you can't really put it back in at this point.
Yeah.
So it's less about sort of saying like, are you for or against AI, and more about how can we sort of adapt to the changes that AI has brought, and sort of how can we sort of continue to evolve with AI, because there is no real way now to sort of shut it out of our lives. Like in terms of like image generation, right? It's been a big sort of topic in like for artists, like people who use like AI to sort of like generate images and pass it off as their own. It's become such a big thing that it's like every day. I mean, even now, it's sometimes like if you don't know what to look for, it's very hard to tell whether something's AI generated or not.
Absolutely.
And that's only going to get even harder because obviously AI models, they learn off of themselves. So I feel like in the next, I want to say maybe next year, probably as early as next year, it's going to be indistinguishable from like actual human drawn images. And that is scary, definitely. But at the same time, it's like there's not really much we can do at this point.
No.
So I feel like, again, it'll be interesting to see how AI sort of changes the way that we sort of interact with art, the way we go about art, and sort of how things will change going forward. Because again, it's like, I mean, I wasn't alive during this, but I assume like with every sort of new boom with technology, the same kind of conversation came up. Like, for example, with the internet is probably the biggest one. Yeah, and I think that AI now is probably that impact is as big as I'd imagine the internet was back then.
Well,
for
and
different reasons,
I was listening to somebody the other day, and the invention of fire.
Right. Yeah.
So if you want to go back thousands of years, fire was a game changer. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it feels like that this is now the new fire.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I wasn't around back for the invention of fire.
I don't think I was either.
But yeah, it's like because for me, I was born like early 2000s, right? So I was around just when the internet started to sort of take off. So I sort of grew up around that, and that for me felt like it changed the landscape of sort of how we interact with media forever. I mean, like
big time.
We couldn't even be doing this right now without the internet. Right? Like we're now live streaming to I'd hope loads of viewers right now.
Right. Yeah.
On
you make a good point.
Yeah. On YouTube. Yeah. So it's like that completely changed how we sort of interact with everything. And I feel like AI is now sort of emulating that same level of impacts that the internet did. But the interesting thing is that we still don't know what kind of shape it's going to take. Because right now it seems to be threatening sort of creation or just like creativity in general. But time will tell to see sort of how it manages to evolve from here. And also as well, so one last thing is I feel like what's quite scary about AI is the fact that when it came to be as big as it did, it was still a very young technology. Not a lot of things were known about it, and now like, retroactively, like a lot of like legislation and stuff are coming into place to try and sort of mandate it. But because it's already out in the open, it's like there's not really much you can do.
No, you're right.
I mean, I'm not an expert in AI, but for example, like OpenAI with ChatGPT, that's publicly available already. So it's like trying to regulate that, and I think like recently as well, there's been like news outlets and like there's been loads of stories and stuff sort of covering like what kind of rules need to be in place for AI. But it's like it's already publicly available. It's like there's not really much. Like these are conversations that should have been had before it became publicly available. But now it feels like because it's already out in the open, it's like they sort of jumped the gun with that. And we're sort of in like no man's land in terms of like how do we regulate this? How do we sort of shape the future of it? And the people who can shape the future of it at the top, they are leaning more towards, well, what can AI do rather than is this right for us to do? So yeah,
it's a weird one, isn't it? So you know, AI is actually great. It is amazing, you know, and there's a lot of jobs out there that are kind of, you know, or organizations, you know, airports, hospitals, that kind of thing, you know, that do rely literally on AI as the internet, if you want to call that artificial intelligence, which it is, and even more so now. But with this emergence of AGI, artificial general intelligence, I don't know if you know anything about that.
Oh, I haven't heard of that actually.
Yeah, it's a new thing that's supposed to be appearing maybe 26, 27, so very soon. So every 15 months there seems to be a kind of emergence of some new model that they've taken from the old model and made it better, you know.
Right, yeah.
And this one now is going to be called AGI, which is going to be even more awesome and powerful than AI. So if AGI gets into the wrong hands before, so now is the time to make sure it doesn't get into the wrong hands of psychopaths or something like that. Do you know what I mean?
Right, yeah. And yeah, just the evolution of AI has been like staggering, because I remember back in like 2020, like the extent of AI was like I saw like early deepfakes. I think you probably heard of the famous AI generated video of like Will Smith eating spaghetti.
Yeah.
And if you look at like 2020, it looks like horrendous. Like,
yeah.
It looks.
But at the time we were like, wow, yeah.
We were like, wow, this is so amazing. But it didn't look one bit real.
No.
But fast forward 5 years, that same video has now been generated with one of the new AI models, and it looks photorealistic.
Yeah.
It looks
phenomenal. Yeah.
Not even phenomenal. It
just
looks
normal.
indistinguishable from the real thing. And it's like looking back at like I know people were saying like years ago like, oh yeah, deepfakes are going to be like you won't be able to tell like truth from fiction. And back then it was like you could sort of laugh it off because we weren't at that point yet, and now we are at that point.
Yeah.
And it's like what do we do to prevent this?
Yeah.
And if it's only going to improve and evolve from here, then it's like, yeah, it's both interesting and also scary.
Oh, absolutely. 50-50 straight down the line. I mean, here we are now looking for job opportunities, and it turns out that 60 to 70% of most jobs in whatever industry, creative or not, will be gone in 2 years. So we're in this definite state of kind of strange flux where we want to do things, but we don't know really what we need to do to secure our own futures. So, you know, we're in the laps of the gods, I think, the AI gods. You know?
Right, and I feel like the only solace, I mean, as a musician, the only sort of silver lining right now is that AI music isn't quite there yet.
No, that's...
I mean, AI art is phenomenal.
Yeah.
That if I was an artist, I'd be very scared right now.
Yeah.
But AI music isn't quite there yet.
No, you're right.
So
you're right. Thank
I feel
God for
like
that. Yeah.
I need to make it big in the next 2 years before
Exactly,
opportunity
dude. Yeah, no, I hear you. Listen, really great talking to you, man.
Thank you.
And obviously, we're working together today, so we'll carry on. But thank you very much for coming in and talking.
No problem.
Bless.
Thank you for interviewing me. Yeah. Thank
No
you.
worries. I think we have the episode coming up now, which is where I'm sitting down with Jaheim, aka Kutsu, Jaheim Sturt, to talk about his career and his next steps. You can get all the links to his music from that interview. Thank you. And we are on. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to UEL Music. That was Jaheim, a.k.a. Kutsu, right?
Yep.
And Kutsu is Japanese?
I'm not Japanese, no, but I am learning Japanese.
You are learning Japanese. And
Yes.
why?
Well,
Not French, Spanish. You've chosen one of the most difficult languages in the
no,
world.
yeah. Not gonna lie, I asked myself the same question, but I think like there was just one day that I think it was my last year of college. I needed a hobby for the summer holidays because I had nothing else to do. And one day I just woke up and was like, yes, that's what I want to do. I think like my main sort of inspiration was just like literature, like books, like novels, stuff like movies, games, just stuff like that. I sort of wanted to, I think it'd be cool to like understand that. But then the further I got into it, the more I sort of was thinking of the ways that I could, take that and apply it to, what I want to do in life in terms of, like I study at UEL, sound and music for games. So obviously in Japan, big games industry.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just seeing how far I could sort of take like the Japanese aspect and work it into, musically what I want to do.
Wow. Okay. So it's more of a career move learning Japanese, would you say?
I suppose now it would be, yeah. At the time, it was mainly just a hobby.
Right.
But yeah, now it's definitely more of a career thing, yeah.
Brave. And are you confident that you can hold a conversation in Japanese with a Japanese person right now? Or?
Yes. I do have a few Japanese friends.
Cool.
My girlfriend's also Japanese.
Awesome.
So yeah, I don't know if I'd say I'm fluent.
Right.
But then again, I don't really know what fluent is. This is like my, like after English, it's the only other language that I've actually tried to sort of learn to this level.
Okay.
But yeah, I can hold a conversation, yeah.
Right. And have you been to Japan?
No, but I am actually going in a couple of weeks.
Wow. Where to?
I'm going to Osaka.
Osaka, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Anywhere else, or are you just staying there?
Mainly just Osaka, yeah.
Right. And is that where your good lady resides, or her family?
Yeah, it's around that area, yeah.
Fantastic. Then we'll have a great time.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I wish I could say that in Japanese, but obviously I can't. That song was called Switchblade.
Yes.
What's the story behind Switchblade? What DAW did you use for it? What software?
Right, so I used to use Logic back when I got into production, but since then I've sort of switched over to over to Ableton. And that song in particular, it's quite an interesting story behind it actually. Over lockdown, I on like online and stuff like that, I sort of joined a few like music communities and made some friends with people. In particular, there's one artist called Rafi,
right?
Who actually owned a label at the time called The Music Blender.
The Music Bender?
Blender.
Oh, right. The Music Blender. Right. Yeah. Okay.
So I got into contact with Rafi, and I actually ended up working as an AR representative for this label.
Wow.
So yeah, it's been. I mean, to be fair, over the past couple of years, just we've all been a bit busy. I'm still technically AR representative, but my job now is mainly just like in terms of when we have blog posts and stuff like that, when we have interviews, just setting those up. But that track in particular was, as a Music Blender, it was our first compilation. It's called Rebound. A lot of quite big artists in the underground scene featured on there. But that track, Switchblade, was a track I made for that compilation.
Awesome. That's on Music Blender, right?
Yeah, the Music Blender.
The Music Blender.
Most of the tracks have also been uploaded by Bass Nation, which came as quite a surprise to me because Bass Nation is a very big channel on YouTube.
Right, yeah.
About 10 million subscribers.
Yeah, amazing.
I used to listen to them all the time growing up. Just waking up one day and seeing that my track was on there. Just
whoa.
Quite a surprise, yeah.
Okay, good. A
Yeah,
day
the
for
whole
celebration. A day for celebration. Cool. Where are you from originally?
I was born in London. My parents also born in London. I think my mum is originally from the Caribbean, and my dad is Anglo-Indian, I want to say. I'm not too sure.
Right, you better ask him.
I better, yeah.
Cool. So what part of London were you born in?
I was born in Walthamstow.
Walthamstow, okay.
Yeah.
East End. All right. Nice. I think we should go to the second track. It's called Block, right?
Block, yeah.
Anything you want to say about this track?
So like with Switchblade, this was a release on the Music Blender. This was actually my first release on the label. Just quite interesting sort of... Actually, now I think about it, this is my first actual label release.
Right.
So just quite interesting, setting up all the promotion, just sort of working behind the scenes in terms of getting the track up and running, but also as an artist. Yeah, it was quite an interesting experience.
Okay.
And, the feedback from this track as well has been amazing so far. It's been played in a few live sets.
Awesome.
Stuff like that, yeah.
And this is under the name Kutsu as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's under
Okay,
Kutsu.
so this is Kutsu with his second track called Block. Wow, okay, that was Block. Yeah, we are on. That was Block by Kutsu, aka Jaheim, aka Kutsu. Really, really cool. Lovely sound. Some real kind of pushing those beats there, like you're staggering. It's hard to dance to, but it's really easy to dance to at the same time. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what I'm trying to say. It just sounds damn good. Really nice. Who are your influences, Jaheim?
Oh, wow, that's... there's a lot, actually, but sort of getting into music, sort of like my love for electronic music sort of came from EDM, sort of dubstep, drum and bass, those sort of genres. But then over the past few years, I've sort of been more focused on the underground scene and just sort of people pushing the boundaries of what you can do, especially in terms of like sound design and ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I think my biggest influences right now, I'd say, off the top of my head, people like Dink.
Mm-hmm.
It makes amazing sort of like, in the same sort of style as me, like bounce sort of trap. Very, wild, wacky sound design. Very sort of like, you listen to it, you're not quite sure what to make of it, but it's just like, it just sounds like something unlike what you've ever heard before.
That's exactly what I was trying to get at when I was trying to describe how easy it is to dance to, but difficult to dance to. Yeah, it's crazy. Carry on. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And other than that, in the dubstep scene, right now I'm listening to a lot of Beast Boy.
Right.
He makes a lot of. I think it goes back to sort of pushing the boundaries and like sort of breaking the rules. In terms of the way that he mixes his tracks, for example, there's a lot of influence from funk and elements like that. Also really sort of heavy, hard hitting like dubstep.
Right.
And also as well, a really big influence at the moment, Joby.
Right.
Also makes very, very heavy dubstep, like sounds that you've probably never heard before in your life.
Right.
But you just listen to his music, just like a visceral experience. Like
Yeah.
that's sort of what I want to have with music, just like sort of like you listen. Like I think what it comes from for me is, when I was younger, listening to these tracks that sort of blew me away. Just listen to it, it's like it's a whole like a sonic experience almost. Like
Right.
that's sort of what I want to convey with my music, like the same way that I listen to these artists and I get that experience.
Right.
Yeah.
So you want to recreate what you felt when you first listened to those songs when you were young.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to recreate that feeling in your own music now.
In a sense, yeah. I mean, also like as you mentioned, like the danceability factor of it. I mean,
it's important.
It is, yeah. And I mean, like I mentioned before, like Block has been played in a few live sets. I think there's sort of a balance between making tracks that you want the audience to listen to it and sort of like let it wash over them,
Right.
versus it being what is part of EDM. The D stands for dance. If you can't dance to it, it's not really serving as
People do
its point,
forget
yeah.
that, don't they? It should just be called EM sometimes.
Exactly,
People
yeah.
forget about the D, don't they?
Yeah.
That's such a good point you make. Electronic dance music, right? Instead of it being a cerebral thing, it has to be a physical thing.
And I think, it definitely can be both. But I think, like, in my music, I try and, like, have that danceable aspect to it in terms of the rhythms. So, like, I usually, like, for Block, for example, it's usually just, like, quarter note rhythms to sort of... I mean, it does get a bit wacky sometimes, but for the most part, it's something that even if, the sound design and the flows are a bit wacky, you still have that sort of beat there, so you can just dance to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What about video game music? Are you interested in that at all for games?
I'm interested in it, but I'm more so interested in the sound design aspects of games. So, for example, like you're playing like a first-person shooter, like the gun sounds, like the sound of the mechanism of the gun, the sounds of the bullets, where you shoot like inside a room, the reverberations, that kind of stuff is a bit more interesting to me, just from like as making my music as well, just like making sounds, like the whole sound design aspect of it.
Right.
That's
So would you create your own gun sounds, or would you use stock sounds and manipulate them?
I'd make my own.
You do?
Yeah, like even for my own tracks, I find like just the sound design to be the most interesting aspects, and just like in particular, just the whole like what sort of changed everything for me was finding out that you can turn any sound into anything else. Like for the past few songs now. Like for Block, for example, what I did was, for the sound design, I imported the last track I made and then used that to make the sound design. And I've been doing that for the past few sounds now. For
It makes
few
sense.
songs, yeah. So like just every track, just take the last track I made, make some new sounds, and then just repeat.
Right, and that way you also create your own style as well, I think, by doing that, don't you? Instead of making 5 different tracks that sound completely different.
Yeah, exactly. Like for a while, it took a while for me to realize I even had a style. But then just like sending tracks to my friends, they could always tell like what track was mine. And I think at that point I caught onto it. Because for me, it's like having like a style of music isn't really like, I tried to sort of make it a conscious decision. But after a while, I realized that it really isn't. Like, you don't shape what your style is. It's the ways that you work. It's more of a subconscious thing than something that you can actually control, I feel.
Brilliant. Yeah. Awesome. That's a great way to look at it and carry on doing that, because 2 albums down the line, if you keep on recycling that thing, your own recycling, you're really going to, make your own stamp, I think, We'll listen to a third track now. It's a collaboration with Galaxy.
Galaxy, yes.
Galaxy, and how did you meet Galaxy?
Galaxy, I also met through the Music Blender. He works as a manager and also AO.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been sort of, out of my music friends, he's sort of been the closest person, I think. He's an amazing musician. He's sort of the first person I go to in terms of, I need feedback on a mix.
Right.
Because he'll just tell it to me like it is.
Great. That's what you need. You don't want somebody, that sounds great.
Exactly.
You know,
I'd rather have someone who's harsh than
Right.
just like yes man.
Yeah.
Because at least then I can take that and be like, okay, this is what I need to do to improve.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, nice one. So this is Kutsu in collaboration with Galaxy with a track called Brim. Okay, that was Brim, a collaboration from Kutsu with Galaxy, which is spelled Galazy, Galaxy with a Z instead of an X. Nice. Really groovy, man.
Thank you.
So, yeah, no worries. Moving forward from UEL, what are your plans?
My plans are to sort of take my education further in Japan, hopefully. Maybe apply to some game companies in Japan.
That's the place to do it, right?
Yeah, I feel like I've had this conversation a lot with like my family and friends, but it feels like that's the only option I have.
Right.
It's like I've come this far like with learning the language.
And life is pushing you in that direction, it seems.
Yeah, it's like I feel like if I don't go to Japan, I'm sort of just like wasted all the time
Letting
I spent.
yourself down.
Yeah, learning the language, yeah.
Right, okay, brilliant. Okay, and one final question. If you could live on a desert island for the rest of your life and only listen to one album, what would that album be?
This is going to be quite an unexpected answer probably, based on the conversation so far. Because I don't actually listen to a lot of like EDM albums. I think my pick is going to be Pure by Koshunie.
Koshunie.
It's a Japanese band.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very math rock, sort of psychedelic rock. Yeah, it's an album that I found a couple years ago, and just it's not really what I usually listen to, but I just fell in love with it instantly. Just like the rhythms, just the storytelling. It's just something that I can just go back to over and over again.
Awesome. Well, I'm definitely going to have to seek that one out. Nice one. Jaheim, thank you so much for your time and coming in today. This is UAL Music, and have a great day. Okay, hello, welcome back to day 3 of the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Docks Centre of Sustainability, live at radioactives.org and also live on YouTube at radio.active 2.0. I am joined by Therese.
Correct.
Hello.
Hi.
You all right?
Yeah.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're here today?
Right, okay. Well, I'm Therese. I'm the CEO of the Merry Ward Settlement, which is nestled on Stratford High Street in Stratford. I'm here because we are collaborating with Nostalgia Nights to encourage people to just sit down and do something for a few minutes that's creative. Loads of research around creative health, so those links between doing something that you enjoy, whether that's painting, sticking, glitter, or real artsy like pottery stuff.
Awesome.
Is really good for you.
Yes.
So we are an adult learning provider, which sounds really stuffy, but essentially we're a lovely yellow building.
Right.
And when you come inside, you can do whatever you fancy.
Right.
And you don't need to get a qualification or be looking for work or it become your career. You
Right.
can just do things you enjoy.
So what are your opening hours? Are you all day long or?
We're more. Is there more than 24 hours in the day?
Right.
There might be at Merry Ward. So we're open from 9 till 9.
9 till 9, that's unusual.
Every day.
Wow.
Because we run lots of classes in the evening. So
I'm
whether
sure.
you want 2 hours, 12 weeks, or a 6-week course in the evening after work to
Right.
chill,
Brilliant.
then that's what we do.
And so it's only adults, or so what age do you start?
19 and above.
19 and above.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's really good. Is
Yeah.
there a reason why you don't go below 19?
Well, there are loads of wonderful things for 16 to 18-year-olds and below.
Right.
And I think you're an adult longer than you are a child, but who tells
True.
you can be creative?
Right,
In
not
fact,
many-
we're often
yeah,
told
not
to
many people.
stop being childish.
Right.
And I would say, why?
Right, now's the time to start.
Now's the time to do
As
it.
soon as you hit 19, 20, yeah.
Absolutely.
Isn't that a weird one? Yeah,
Yeah.
you're kind of stifled. You've got to pay the rent, right? And so there's
course.
that reality. And just finding the time to be creative must be difficult for most adults, I would imagine.
Yeah.
So is it popular?
It's very popular.
Good.
And people do go on and have their own business. So
Oh,
we've
really?
got potters, we've got glass mosaic specialists who have been commissioned for their work,
Right.
and they started at Mary Ward.
No way.
And they're still coming back to
Oh, that's
learn
great.
additional skills. So you know, you could be somebody who's never touched a pot in your life. You
Right.
could be an established artist looking
Right.
to expand your horizons.
Right.
There's something for everyone. But I
Right.
think at schools sometimes when you're told you're not good at art, it can put people off till they're
Well, forever.
forever.
Yeah, yeah.
So I guess it's just encouraging you if that's
Sure.
something that might support your well-being, stressful day at work.
Right.
And very reasonable prices and concessions. So if you're not working, come on down because we've
Right.
got lots of things we can do to help you.
Excellent, excellent. I was going to ask that about the prices. So there are concessions.
Absolutely.
so if
And
you-
a bursary as well.
Oh, really? Excellent. So if you're on universal credit or anything like that as well, that's taken into account?
Absolutely
Right.
is.
It's
Yeah,
all
we
brand
don't
new.
make a big fuss. We just ask you what your situation is.
Right.
And we talk through the fee, and you may be able to afford a short art course, but not materials, and that's what the bursary's for.
I see. That's a really great idea.
Yeah.
Okay, and so would it be possible, like, if somebody wanted to come along for just one session and check it out, is that a thing? Or,
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And then if they like it, then they can start booking for more.
Absolutely.
Cool. And
yeah.
every day of the week?
Every day of the week apart from Sunday.
My God, okay, so you're even open on Saturdays. That's
Some
great.
courses run on a Saturday, yeah,
Great,
and
okay.
sometimes it's just a day long.
Right.
So
Yeah.
just you might fancy doing something for a day.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's so much more to talk about, but what's the best way for people to get in touch with you?
So you can pop into our centre.
Right, which
It's on
is
Stratford High Street.
Stratford High Street, yeah.
We're just opposite two big hotels.
Yeah.
You can go onto our website, which is www.marywardcentre.ac.uk or maryward.ac.uk if you're interested in the wider work that we do.
Awesome.
You can ring us if you want to. Our number's on the website.
Okay.
So all the normal ways.
Awesome. And Nostalgia Nights you mentioned at the beginning.
Yeah.
What's that all about, this
Oh,
collaboration?
Nostalgia Nights, I'm looking at them now. Will and Jack and Johnny.
Right.
They are brilliant at encouraging people to just have a go.
Right.
So the way I met Will was he told me that they create adult playgrounds, and he didn't need to say much more than that, and I
Right.
was completely
Sounds a bit dodgy.
taken. I know. No,
But
there's
it's
no
not.
pampas grass involved.
Good.
It's
good.
very much about encouraging people, particularly
Right.
adults,
Yeah,
to just
of course.
be,
Yeah.
have a go, be creative.
Yeah.
And I've just spent a good hour cutting and sticking things, and
good.
I feel so much better than what I did this morning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So they go to festivals, and they just really encourage people to have a go.
All right. No,
and
that
we're
sounds
collaborating.
great. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
No, I wish you every success. I'm sure you're doing well already. Thank you so much, Therese.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, you're a star. It's a short and sweet talk we're having, so enjoy
Thank
the rest
you.
of the day, and I hope you get lots of visits.
Me too.
Yes. Okay. Take care. Thank you.
Radioactive 101.
This is Radioactive 101.
Okay, and welcome back again to day 3 of the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Docks Centre of Sustainability, live at radioactives.org and Radioactive 2.0 live on YouTube as we are. Hello, gents.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you tell me your name first and then your name?
My name is Jack.
Hello, Jack. All right.
My name is Will.
And Will. Jack and Will. And can you tell us, we'll start with you, Jack. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing here.
We are Nostalgia Nights.
Mm-hmm.
We are a CIC, a community interest company based in Hackney. And we're here to tackle waste reduction
and creative health.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And Will, tell me about yourself.
I'm Will, and I'm from Nostalgia Nights
as well. Okay.
And
great.
we are a CIC,
yes.
community interest company.
Okay.
Based in Hackney.
Yeah. That's good. No, that's good. You've both got the spiel down.
One in the same brain.
Yeah, we come like as a pair. Yeah,
you do. Yeah.
Nostalgia Nights actually started on radio.
Excellent. And who kicks it off? Whose brainchild was it?
Jack.
Right.
The name came from me, but everything else was a co-creation.
Because the first thing I think about is Phoenix Nights. You know, and that's what comes to mind. You know, the comedy.
Right.
So where did you come up with Nostalgia Nights?
Nostalgia, I guess we wanted to focus on those songs that you kind of know, but you don't know why you know them. They're just, and they evoke a feeling of, memory and nostalgia and warmth, I guess.
All right.
Through the music. But I guess we've kind of taken that and then now gone completely,
You've evolved.
We've evolved into outer space with it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Nostalgia space.
Will, is Jack on acid right
No. Not yet.
No.
Sorry, no, we do not condone the use of hallucinogens, although they have been proved to be quite good for mental health. But anyway,
creative health comes
just
in
yesterday.
many shapes and sizes.
Exactly.
Bottles.
But it's just true. Nostalgia is important because it's all to do with your inner kid.
Yes, absolutely.
And remembering things from the past and not letting go of that playfulness.
Exactly. It comes from. It's useful, especially for a radio show doing music, because nostalgia comes from yesterday and from last decade.
Well, absolutely.
And last century.
Yeah,
so
and the way things are moving, nostalgia was last week. Right?
Exactly. It's the sunset last night.
Absolutely.
Or the sunrise this morning.
Yeah. You make a good point.
Create a new level of nostalgia.
Absolutely. Yesterday's sunset. All right.
The sun remains constant no matter what.
Yeah.
You know, it's there for us.
Yeah, man. We're getting awfully profound, aren't we? So around about what year did it all start for you, Jack?
1994. The year I was born.
Oh, right. No, okay. We're talking about Nostalgia Nights.
Nostalgia Nights was born
as a concept.
That would have been 2013. Yeah.
Okay, so a while now.
But the radio show lasted a while, and then it evolved into this. About 3 years ago, we started the CIC.
Right. Okay. And so the radio isn't going anymore, or?
Well, we're on now.
You are.
The rebirth. Okay. We went on Brixton Radio last year.
Cool.
Oh yeah.
With some guys we met at Fabric nightclub doing some T-shirt printing.
Right.
There.
And can you find that online still, or?
Potentially.
They were doing a big fundraiser, Brixton Radio.
You are coming up.
No, they were.
Oh, you were, right.
Back last year, so I hope the fundraiser worked. We raised about, £500 for them doing the T-shirts?
Great. Yeah, we accidentally donated twice.
Okay.
I'm the finance guy. I'm not very good.
Oops.
Not very good at maths. So Brixton Radio got a double donation from us.
Well, that's great.
Which is good. Yeah.
It went to a good home.
It did. Yeah, it's a good station. It's really nice.
Yeah, I've heard lots of good things about it. When did you come along into the fold? So it started in 2013, right?
In 2013. Yeah.
And so you came in 2013 as well.
Yeah. Well, we met in 2013.
Right.
And then
that was the crucial year.
It took Jack a long time to train all up for the radio station at university. You had to do like an application for the show, and you had to learn how to use Myriad and all that.
I see.
Kind of thing. And then it was the beginning of second year at uni. There was a party everyone was going to, and Jack was saying, I can't come because I've got to do my first show of Nostalgia Nights.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, well, I'll come on with you. I can be a surprise guest.
Fantastic. And that's how
I
it
never left.
Yeah.
Surprise is still going
Yeah,
right now.
Yeah, man, you're like constantly surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, great. So it's really cool talking to you guys. So what do you hope to get from today? Why are you here?
That's a great question. We're just here to inspire a little bit of creativity in the people who walk through here, and hopefully that will maybe inspire them to sign up to a course that they wanted to do with Mary Ward, or even, register for UEL.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the collaboration with Mary Ward, when did that come about?
So I met Therese at an amazing monthly meeting called the CIG, the Cultural Interest Group, which is kind of based in Hackney. They meet every month, the second Friday of every month, and everyone's welcome, and it's all about kind of maintaining cultural interest within the Hackney area since the development of the Olympic Park. So keeping arts and creativity and local business and alive.
Great.
So they work with property developers and local businesses to make sure that it keeps going. And Therese came along to share about the redevelopment of the Mary Ward Centre on Stratford High Street.
Yeah, very
we
cool.
just got talking.
Yeah.
And here we are.
One thing led to another.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
exactly.
So you're just here for the one day?
And tomorrow.
And tomorrow at the other venue?
At the Mary Ward. We'll be
I see.
We'll be on the High Street.
Right.
And then the Mary Ward Centre will be there.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Doing some T-shirt printing.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It's one of our projects.
Yeah, I think we call it U-shirt. So it's about what makes you feel like you. You're in the designer's chair. And you get to create your own T-shirt design, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, cool.
But yeah, it's really a combination of the two things that we're trying to do. So waste reduction and creative help.
Right.
Because we use old T-shirts that would have gone to waste.
Used T-shirts.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
U-shirts.
Right. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It's the evolution of the T-shirt. It's also the next letter in the alphabet after T. So
U for you for unique, U for used, U for
upcycled.
Yeah, upcycled.
So I mean, the designs that people come up with, are they just sort of generic designs, or are they have some stood out?
Nothing generic about the designs. Everything's unique. It's another you.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, they're fantastic. I mean, the art that we create today will no doubt become a T-shirt tomorrow.
Brilliant.
So
Brilliant.
You kind of get the gist. It could be anything.
Yeah.
But I mean, what's your favorite T-shirt?
Well, the one I've got on at the moment, actually, because it brings out my eyes. But
right,
apart from that,
For those listening at home, it's blue, and he's got blue eyes, wonderful blue eyes.
Oh, bless. Yeah, slightly bloodshot, but there you go. I'm really into that, designing T-shirts. That's really good fun. Little slogans you think up in your head every now and again. You think, that would make a good T-shirt. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it starts with anything, a bit of inspiration, an idea. It could just be a word. It could be a photo that you like.
Yeah, exactly.
It could be a lyric or a date.
And you get to keep the T-shirt afterwards?
Of course,
right?
yeah, of course,
great.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
We print on anything as well. Like we print on jeans. We've done tote bags.
Jeans,
Will's wearing a shirt with
a bit of a walking display at the moment.
Oh, that's very cool.
These
actually,
are all designs from previous people.
Yeah,
excellent.
We put them in lots of little bits.
So you can kind of get the vibe. Like there's all sorts going on.
Stuff on the iPad.
Yeah, we're looking at mushrooms.
That's
great. Yeah.
Traveling mushroom. There's a cow.
There's a cow. Yeah.
There's a person's face.
England, like brain. And then you got
I like this.
So
Do you like this
Sophie.
design? Yes, and absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah, that was mine and Johnny's actually. Yeah. Shout out to Johnny. He's our third partner at the business.
Okay, and where is he today?
He's at work. He's got another job.
Okay. Yeah.
He's at the day job, but he will be with us tomorrow.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm tapping out. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
all right. No worries. Okay, gents. Really cool talking to you. Short and sweet. Just remind us of how to get in touch with you guys again.
Well, there's our Instagram.
Yep.
Which is the letter U.
Yep.
Shirt by NN, which is Nostalgia Nights. Or there's our email address.
Yep.
Which is hello@bynn.co.uk.
Okay.
And there's the Nostalgia Nights Instagram as well. That's less active, and it's got quite a lot of
scrappy comedy ideas that we used to have in there.
Funny.
Very cool.
Stop motion videos of a potato called Pool. If
Fantastic.
You've got a spare 6 minutes.
All right, so I will do. Yeah, I'm straight on that one. Oh, brilliant.
I recommend it to anyone. If you're in a park, create a stop motion film. You can do it. You've got a camera on your phone now.
Right.
And then you just upload
These
the
days.
yeah. Or I mean, maybe you're not actually. I don't know. But you just take photos of something and then you move it, and
Right.
then you can create a stop motion. It's
Okay, what? And upload it to you guys, or just?
there's
a
a
competition.
CapCut. It's quite easy. You can just select loads of photos and then it will just put them all together
Right.
into a stop motion.
Right.
It was a great way to spend an afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
On it was a nice Sunday in Brockley. Yeah.
Cool. There's lots of things we can do now, right, to keep ourselves
Yeah.
busy. Yeah.
We just found that potato outside the station on the floor as well. All this inspiration comes from the pavement.
Surreal.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Gents, thank you so much. Short and sweet. We're keeping it rocking. Let you get back to your tables, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you. Thank
No
you for
worries.
having us.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Jack and Will there. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
Cheers.
Hope it wasn't too whack.
Oh man, that was
Back to back.
It's good. Thanks again. Okay. Hello, welcome back to the third day of the Creative Industries Festival. So here's an interview with me, Alex Lutz, your genial host. A while back, I was sat down with a fellow learner called Reese. Hello, Reese, if you're listening, or if you find out about this. Hello, Reese. I sat down with him around about this time last year, I think. And we spoke about my career and my next steps, and all that stuff. So that was all good. If you like it, please let us know. My music's being played on there, and you can get me on Alex Lutz Drums at Instagram and all that stuff. You can just find me ALEXLUTES, and my music will be out there. Enjoy the interview. Here's me sitting down with Reese.
Got my questions over here.
You got questions?
I tried to try my best, but I know I'm never gonna pass your test. You took my name and put me down, spread your lies all over town. I stood by you through thick and thin.
Hello, that was Guess You Never Know by Alex. This is UEL Radio. And I'm going to cut to the chase. You know, I mean, me and Alex go a while back now. It's been about 2 years.
Maybe longer, yeah.
Maybe longer. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Yes. You know, I was surprised when you played me when you played this track just now, earlier, as you know, I was actually there for the first time you composed this track and mixed it in a live session, and you know, this is a different version of that song, and I was pleasantly surprised with what you did with the guitars in the
yes
post-chorus section.
Yes,
in the second, it's really nice re-recording of that. Really captures the nature of the song a lot better.
Thank you very much.
So, yeah, for those who don't know who you are, what is your personal history? Tell us a bit about you, Alex, and what brought you to UEL in the first place.
Yeah, I'm a musician of many years. I've been playing since I was a kid, primarily a drummer. I compose all my own tunes. I play all the instruments, except for on that one, there's actually a real guitarist on there. But I'm playing the bass, the drums, the vocals.
I've seen you compose a track in a few, actually. Yes, you're quite accomplished on a few instruments.
Thank you. Yes, you know, I keep it simple.
Yeah.
And just sort of rock as much as possible, and just go in with that kind of DIY attitude. Yeah, so heavily influenced by Dave Grohl from Nirvana, and just kind of took that kind of attitude where he recorded his first album on his own.
Yes.
With an engineer, just went into the studio and done it.
2 people.
Played everything. Yeah, 2 people in the studio, just him.
That's all you need.
Didn't have a band.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to have a band.
Well, of course.
To keep a band going and to balance the egos and everything.
Absolutely.
But so if the mountain really doesn't come to you, then you've got to go to the mountain.
Of course.
And if you've got songs in your head, then get them out there and do it any way possible, really.
Yeah.
With rock, it's a bit more tricky than DAW-based music. You know, so if you're on your own in your bedroom composing, it's great. You know, but if you want that kind of analog sound, you've got to go to a studio and
absolutely
play real instruments and stuff,
Yes.
bass. You know, and teach yourself how to do it and just get out there and do it. And you know, you've got to pay the money to have it done with a good engineer and all that stuff.
Nothing like the real thing.
That's right. You know, and what's to say what's real and what isn't now anyway, because everything sounds great no matter what you do. But with my type of music, it had to be that grainy analog sound. So yeah, I just carried on doing that for a long time. What brought me to UEL was COVID really. So COVID put a bit of a kibosh on things. I couldn't really play live. I wasn't in a band for the first time in quite a few years. I've been in different bands all the way. I've been in so many bands all the way along.
Yeah.
And then COVID came along, and I just thought, you know what? Damn, something's got to change here. You know,
so you got to go get some of yourself.
I've got to move into the 2020s and stay out of the get out of the
traditional lanes.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the digital domain has become so saturated, and
yeah,
it's, you know, that analog sound that you are so drawn to and so encompassed by, you know, it's going to become invaluable eventually, because, you know, I mean, who knows how much AI will be composing our music. And
well, absolutely, there is
even
that
mixing and mastering.
There is that. So I thought, you know, I'd drag myself kicking and screaming into the modern age. I got myself a Mac Mini, got a Logic Pro license, and a Alesis keyboard, and just sat down during the lockdown and started composing on that, and I loved it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I'd also been attracted to a place called IMW, the Islington Music Workshop, where I met you, of course. And I thought I'd do a short course at the beginning just to see what's going on with it and get myself versed in Logic and composing and stuff. But then I just got the bug.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I started getting into all these different types of music and stuff, and really just going left field and coming up with all kinds of beats like...
It's when you start talking anything at a higher language.
Yeah, you know, so I wasn't playing acoustically anymore. I was deeply intrigued by DAWs and the sounds that you could create.
Of course.
So joining IMW, I went for the first year, level 2, you know, right at the very beginning, and I loved it, and just carried on doing music for animation and stuff there, and like learning how the process goes, for that. And it was just it was fascinating to me, so I just loved it.
Yeah, I suppose we share the same gratitude for being able to, share that space. And
absolutely, it's priceless. Priceless.
Yeah.
So the years went on, 2020, 2021, 22. Just got more and more into it, and decided to go for the level 6 here at UEL.
Here we are.
Yeah, there's a partnership going on between IMW and UEL. And it works, and it was a seamless transition. Although, myself and yourself, we came into the third year not really knowing anyone here. Didn't know any of our peers. Yeah. So it's going in a bit blind, really, and just it was quite nerve-wracking. But everyone's turned out to be really lovely.
Indeed.
Peers and tutors. And so that really helps. It's my first time. I never went to university when when I was younger.
Sure.
I never got a chance. I went out on the road at 18 with my first band, and stayed on the road until I was 21, just touring England and Scotland and Wales.
Yeah.
Never went to Ireland. So that was my university in a way, that was my education.
That was your growth.
Yeah, and from that I joined another band, and then before I knew it, I was 30, and then times went on, went over to America, and played a lot over there.
Yeah.
With a friend of mine, and it was really cool. And yeah, here we are in 2024.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Let's go back a bit further, and I want to get more insight into, where you first discovered your musicality and how that eventually manifested to where you are today. Because I remember, my first actual studio session with you in IMW, and I was quite taken aback by, obviously I knew you could play the drums, but your ability to, compose in any instrument, just as a songwriter, just the whole process, you seem to have a very thorough and deep understanding and relationship with. So how did your musicality first emerge, and how did it grow to being I'll write and I'll compose and I'll...
Yeah, I was never given a chance to do it because I've always been stuck behind the drum kit in bands. So I never learned chords on a guitar. I love piano, so I naturally gravitated towards piano. Guitars and bass, I like the bass. I really love bass.
We all love bass.
The bass playing is where it's at.
Yes.
If you could play bass, then that gives you a good grounding to play guitar. But I could never play chords. I could never remember the shapes of chords. I had some kind of block. But then all of a sudden, around about 2018, I got myself an acoustic guitar and just started learning, just started playing along to stuff, really simple stuff, and just, playing the same chords over and over again. I absorbed music like a sponge, Radiohead, everything, whatever I could get my ears on, and lots of strange, like dark techno and things like that. So I was getting influences coming from everywhere. And I just absorbed it and tried to play along with it and play along with it and play along with practice. And that's what I did. And COVID gave me that chance as well. But the song you just heard, I composed a long time ago after I came back from America, after seeing a band called The Posies, a little known kind of indie band over here.
Yeah. They're British.
They're American. And, I just had that kind of American sensibility, if you like, of just going in there and, not worrying about what people think. Because over here, it can be a bit, who do you think you are kind of vibe, you know what I mean? How dare you compose your own songs and do your own thing? But over there, it was encouraged.
The wildlands.
Yeah, exactly. It's come around now. I think the UK has come around a bit more, and it's a bit more forgiving. But yeah, so I just wrote simple melodies that rocked.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I guess you'll never know. I mean, what is that? It's like a toothpaste advert or something. But I just went in there and done it, man. Yeah, and just carried on doing it, and still am. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's so good to see someone who's been dedicated to something like this their whole lives.
Thank you. Yeah.
I guess you think playing the drums it doesn't appeal to many people, but actually, if you look at it from a holistic point of view, it gives you the foundation of rhythm, and that goes on to bass, which is especially important in bass.
Absolutely, yeah.
Once you pick up the chords, next thing you know, you're a guitarist and you got rhythm, and no one likes offbeat guitar chords.
No, that's it exactly. I think having the knack for a good tune as well. A hook. If you've got a hook, use it, utilize it, and make that your chorus. The verse will appear.
Yeah. So you said one of your biggest influences was Nirvana.
Yeah.
Any other notable names?
Nirvana, Radiohead, Bob Marley. Bob Marley, man. I mean, Bob had written hundreds of songs by the time he was 18. He basically had most of his canon by that age. He had a beat up old acoustic guitar up there in 9 Mile in Jamaica. And he would just play that acoustic guitar and write songs. 3 Little Birds, those songs, those timeless songs were written by him when he was a teenager.
Yeah.
I love Bob Marley. I love reggae music. I love dub music. That whole vibe. Yeah. So I take in everything. I love jazz as a drummer. I love jazz music. Buddy Rich, it's a bit annoying with all the trumpets and saxophones all the time, but as a drummer, it's you've got to listen to that. So that gives you another way of looking at music as well. So jazz, rock, funk. I love playing funk drumming. James Brown, the funky drummer, all those samples, all those guys. I just copied it. I just ripped it off and just played it.
Of course.
Yeah.
And with those names in mind, they predate this century, and
oh Christ, yeah.
And I wonder, maybe you have an opinion on the trajectory the music industry has gone on during your active years. Like, what's taken you by surprise, or what gives you hope as an individual creator that you can thrive as a songwriter, as originality kind of becomes this more muddy water the more advanced we become, how do you feel about the way music is going?
Either you are original or you're not,
right?
You can't fake it, what I mean?
I mean, they say originality is dead.
Well, no, I disagree. I think there's still room for improvement,
Right.
I would say that just if you're able to compose, if you have that mindset, you are original,
right?
No matter what it is,
of course.
So I think what surprised me most, though, is I'm constantly surprised by the fact that streaming is out there now and we can't do much with it. What you're doing is what you're doing. You have to play live to make money now. You got to do gigs. You got to perform. Unless you're lucky enough to have a major record deal or a record deal and have a wage. I mean, it's just getting out there that the music industry has changed, massively. It's such a long story, but I'm just constantly surprised by the way it's changing. It's constantly evolving, the industry, but I still think there's always room for originality.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's a hot discussion, and I like to think
it is.
All of us try to somewhat be original and authentic. Otherwise,
absolutely. What's the point? Yeah.
Yeah. What is the point? Yeah. Your next track that we're going to play, "Push Away."
Yeah.
I was actually there when we engineered it.
Yes, you were.
Tell me how you began writing that record.
That was written after a breakup with a lady, and so the lyrics are kind of self-explanatory. Do you push away? The ones who love you.
Yeah.
But again, there's that kind of upbeat kind of feel good thing to it, you know. Banam, banam. It's like, you know what, screw you, you know.
Contradicting emotions.
Yeah, you know. So if you don't want to be in a relationship, that's fine. But I'm still going to rock out anyway, you know, with my broken heart.
You do that.
The world's smallest violin. Yeah, but the song itself was written quite a while ago. I don't know how long ago, but a while. And there's been a few versions down the line, originally recorded on...
My one's the best though, right?
Yeah, of course, so yeah. So it was originally recorded on like a 4-track, an 8-track machine.
Yeah.
With a Marshall amp on the guitar.
Yeah.
And on the bass, so I put the bass through a Marshall as well. That was the demo version. This version was recorded at IMW in Islington on the SSL Duality.
Yes, sir.
Again, I started off with the drum track because I knew the track well. Put the drums down, put the bass line down, then the rhythm guitar, then the vocals. And once the vocals were done, I put down a kind of lead guitar, double lead guitar with harmony.
Yeah.
So this one is purely all me, the one-man band kind of thing. Me. So yeah. You know,
well,
it's good fun.
I was
yeah.
at the desk. But,
You were on the desk, yeah.
Credit where credit's due, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So without further ado, do you want to introduce your second track?
Okay, this is my second track. It's called Push Away.
Do you push away? Do you push away? The only one to love, no one to deny. Do you hide away? Give me a place to stay. Nobody's gonna be there for you. There's no one tonight.
Okay, that was Alex Lutz Push Away.
Available on all platforms.
On all platforms, so go and stream that however you can. And before we leave, Alex, just some final footnotes in our discussion. I want to ask you about where you see yourself after you graduate from UEL and maybe along the next 10 years, if you dare even think that far.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? But yeah, I just really want to just be carrying on playing music, obviously. You know, traveling is the main thing for me right now. I'd like to, you know, try different things in different countries.
Right.
Jamaica being one of them, obviously. And, well, not obviously, but yeah, Jamaica's
I'd love to go back.
Yeah, Jamaica's calling me. You know, Europe as well. Get out there. You know, I've got some friends now, contacts building up, and just getting out there and utilizing those. And just enjoying life and playing music in as many places as possible. And getting work where I can, no matter what that work is, you know.
Yeah.
Short of, you know, anything dodgy. But, like, you know.
I mean, art is made to be shared, right? And that's what you
it
want
really
to do.
is,
That
yeah.
sounds like
So I don't know really why I'm on this planet. So I've just got to kind of work out.
I'm struggling with that too.
Yeah,
actually.
I think we all are, you know. But you kind of just go day by day rather than year by year.
Yeah.
Decade by decade.
And before we go, just a last question, which is becoming rather traditional. The Desert Island Disc question. If you're stuck on an island and you only had, say, 3 albums to listen to for your time there, indefinitely probably, what would those albums be and why?
Well, you know, why? I think the vibe would just be quite solitary, wouldn't it, out there on your own, on a desert island. So probably the complete works of Rachmaninoff. You know what I mean?
Right.
That would be interesting to chill out to on those starry nights. Bob Marley, definitely. You know, again.
That's the appropriate vibe.
That's definitely.
Don't worry.
Definitely desert island music. And I just really love Frank Zappa as well. I mean, there could be a lot of music. You know, I mean, 3. Yeah, so I picked Rachmaninoff, Bob Marley, and Frank Zappa. Yeah,
It's got to be a therapeutic choice.
Yeah.
if you're on an island, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Well, that's a wrap from us here at UEL. We hope you have a great Sorry about that. We hope you have a great rest of your day, wherever you may be listening. Car, air, boat, who knows?
Yeah.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Cheers. One, two. Okay, welcome back to day 3 of the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Dock Centre for Sustainability. Try saying that fast. Hello.
Hi there. Hi.
Good. What's your name?
Carmen.
Carmen.
Yes.
Okay, Carmen.
CAR.
Yes, brilliant. And tell me why you're here today.
So I'm a graduate of UEL.
Yeah.
I graduated in 2018.
Yeah.
I studied forensic psychology
Wow.
in Stratford, and I do ceramics and I paint. So I work with vulnerable adults and children, but at the same time, I do pottery. So on the side, yeah.
Brilliant. And whereabouts do you work?
So I work for local government now, like for a local authority.
Where?
Maybe it's better not to say that.
Oh, you can mention the area.
Yeah, Lambeth.
Oh, Lambeth.
Yes,
okay,
yeah.
Brilliant. All right,
Yes.
no worries. Yeah, I understand when it's a very delicate subject when it comes to people's mental health. I understand that. Yes. Okay. Cool. And okay, so what are you doing here today?
So I am. I've got an exhibition of my
You
pots.
have?
Yes.
Okay.
So I've got my ceramic pieces, and I've got like about 11 pieces.
Awesome.
Yes.
How do you go from forensic psychology to pottery? What was that journey?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So I always painted. I was a painter, but I don't know. It happened by chance because I have a boyfriend, a loving boyfriend. That he got me as a present a course, pottery course, and so I just tried it, and I was like absolutely in love with it, obsessed. Brilliant. So I just continued going, but I realized that when I was doing pottery, I was completely grounded, and I was just focusing on what I was doing. And it wasn't the case when I was painting. So for me, it was a sort of like escapism from the outside world. Like when I was going to the studio, spending like hours there, the time was just flying, and I wasn't realizing, the amount of things that I was creating, how much time I was spending. Yeah. I was just completely, I don't know.
So applying a paintbrush to a canvas or a pen to paper and doing drawing or painting is incredibly relaxing, I would imagine. But you say that it's more relaxing to be able to...
Yes.
There's like a barrier there. I don't know. So why would painting be less therapeutic, do you think?
I feel like because you are feeling with your hands, like you feel the clay, and also it becomes also muscle memory when you do it. Like you're not looking at, when I do my stuff on the wheel, sometimes I don't even look at the clay. I just feel it with my hands.
Right.
And so it's about touch, I think.
Yeah,
yes.
It's scary because, I don't know what your first session was like. But I've tried it once, and it just went everywhere. It was a mess. I got really embarrassed, and it was like the teacher was like, "Don't worry about it. It's okay." But I did, and I never went back. You know what I mean? It was just like these big sausage fingers trying to be delicate on the thing, but it's really not about that.
Yeah.
It's about your technique and how it's almost Zen, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. So I'm trying to be a bit more like Zen in my life.
Yes.
And I'm reading a lot of stuff around Buddhism and Zen Buddhism, and I'm trying to apply that in my daily life. And so for me, when I'm doing pottery, I have my very calm music, and then I'll just go with the flow. I most of the time have no picture what I'm gonna do.
Right.
I'll just do it and see what comes out.
and do you travel to do it, or do you have your own wheel at home now?
No, I travel to a studio because it gets quite messy.
I can imagine, right? Yeah. So you need that.
Yeah, the space.
Right. Okay. Could you do it at home though? I mean,
no. I wish I had maybe a shed in the garden that I could do it. I don't have a garden though, so.
Not yet.
But not yet. Planning to.
Good. Oh wow. So your designs are on show today.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what do you hope for people to get out of your section today if they do pop along and have a word? What do you hope they get from it?
I do hope that they don't feel like their career is the only thing that defines them. I hope that they can also think about doing other things outside of their career, their day-to-day job, because we're not just one thing.
Right.
We are many things, and you can then change over time, all the time. So I feel like...
so whatever suits you.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And also, if you have a particular bad day or a particular bad period in your life, you know that that's not it. You got other things as well that you can do to try and feel better.
Yeah.
So you don't necessarily need to speak to someone if you don't feel like it, but you can also do something and be in your mind a little bit more. That's okay. So I feel like I want to try to share these and to make people feel that way.
I can imagine how it must be really, really cool, to be able to create something and you can bring it back once you've done it. You can take it home, and look at it and think, okay, I made that. Yeah, it must be a really good feeling. How do people get in touch with you?
So I have an Instagram page,
You do?
and also I'm a very active member of the studio that I'm a member of. So I just set up a Raku club that I'll tell you more in a minute.
Okay.
But so they come and they reach out because they want to learn this technique from me. Mostly Instagram, I would say.
Okay.
That's my
Brilliant.
main. Yeah.
Okay, and what is that Instagram handle?
So it's CRM
Yep.
N
Yep.
Pots.
Okay, brilliant.
Because CRMN is my name, Carmen.
Okay.
Yeah,
right,
so
CRNN Potts.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Short and sweet.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, well, I hope, you get some good results today. I'm sure you will.
Thank you.
And people should turn up and meet Carmen and have a chat and, get creative. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cheers,
Thank
Carmen.
you. Nice
All right.
to meet you.
Take
Bye,
care.
bye,
Bye-bye.
bye, bye.
All right. Okay, we're going to go to Villainous Nature. Yeah, we're going to listen to a bit of Villainous Nature and his interview. And this was recorded last year, but it's still incredibly relevant. So, enjoy this interview with Villainous Nature.
Welcome to UEL Radio. My name's Reese. I will be the host today, and today we are with Villainous Nature, also known as Emian. How are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
Very, very good. So we're going to ask you a few questions about you and your music. So I guess we'll start off with the first one. Why don't you tell us about where you're from?
I am from the East Coast, from a small town near Norwich, is where I originally grew up. I lived there for about 15 years, and I moved to London from about 16, 15.
Why'd you move to London?
Countryside living in early 90s, early 2000s was it was different.
Yeah.
It's different. So I needed a bit more culture, a bit more everything, you know. I very much grew up as the only black man in the village, even though I'm light skinned as hell. So yeah, I needed to be a bit more cultured.
Yeah,
basically.
cities are more varied and interesting, I find, than the countryside.
Yeah.
So what do you study here at UEL?
I study music, technology and production. I'm in my third year, closing out now, finishing soon. Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I'm happy, you know. It's been a long time coming. I did a foundation year, you know, so I've been here 4 years, and yeah, I just want to start pushing out music, all of that, living life a bit more.
Yeah, I can understand. So have you been been releasing music while you've been here?
Yeah, so I started releasing music probably like two years ago, maybe. But I've been producing for like, I don't know, it's been long now, like 6 years maybe.
Long time.
But mainly it started with beats, but so the last probably like year or two, I've actually started making my own music and actually pumping it out as my own content.
So have you always been interested in music? I know you said you started producing 6 years ago.
I've always been creative. So I first produced when I was like, I don't know, like 13, 14 in school. I had Fruity Loops, but it wasn't for very long. It was like for a year max. But I was always creative, so I did a lot of art. I used to sell my artwork, all that stuff. And then I kind of got bored, so I ventured into music. And yeah, here I am now.
So after you've finished and wrapped up this year, what are your plans after uni?
Plan is just to focus on content creation. So I'll be releasing stuff on Spotify. I've got a few little things out there, but I just want to kind of put my stuff out there everywhere. I want to be on Spotify. I might start a YouTube content creation, you know, things like that. I do partly DJ a little bit, so I might venture into that just for a bit more exposure. But predominantly it is focusing on releasing music, basically.
So what styles of music do you make?
I'm very multi-genred. I grew up listening to a lot of old school hip hop and a lot of grime. So I was very heavy into grime when I was a kid. Probably half of the reason why I came to London as well. You know, like I was just this kid, you know, in a small little town. I knew about grime, and I was like, I gotta get to London. Do you know what I mean? And then from there, that progressed into a lot of drum and bass, UK garage, and like off stems from there, jungle, future garage. And yeah, that's kind of where I find myself now. A lot of electronic, garage, drum and bass vibes.
Sounds good. So we're going to play another song now for you by Villainous Nature. And what was the name of the song you wanted to play?
I believe the first one is Papaya.
Papaya. So this is Papaya.
by Villainous Nature. That was Papaya. We're going to jump straight into the next track, and it's a UK garage track, and it is called Pyrenees. So stay tuned for that. Hi, we're back, UEL Radio. That was Pyrenees by Villainous Nature. So why don't you tell us a bit about what influenced the two songs we've just heard?
There's a lot of influences. I mean, at least from the garage standpoint and the future garage sounds, it would be a lot of Burial, who's quite big in the underground scene, and Over Mono, who is he's very big in future garage, I think drum and bass as well. And they have the distinct sounds what are similar to mine, and that's where a lot of my inspirations, I would say, would come from.
Oh. So you told me a bit before, off the live, that this was for your EP, and that's why there's a variety of genres.
Yeah.
So why did you pick these? What was the variety of genres? What was the reason for it? What was your quota for your EP?
The EP itself was an electronic music EP, and I was very quite undecisive of what genre. I don't like sticking to one genre. I like to bounce around a lot. So I thought I'd just make an EP what is progressive in BPM. You know, so I started at around 135, 140 with a future garage kind of vibe. So it's very dark sounds, atmospheric, and it'll progressively go from UK garage, a little bit of jungle to drum and bass, you know, and bring up the BPM and the energy towards the end of the EP. And that was that's the whole intentions of the EP itself.
That's a good idea. I wish I did that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I that's the thing. I had no real theme, so that was the best thing that I could come up with. It's an alright idea if you just kind of want to throw some music together without having,
Because it gives you a reason for the music, but not like boundaries. You can go anywhere with it as long as you stay with that guideline.
Exactly.
So obviously you want to keep making music and you want to do it for a career. So if that ever come into fruition, who are the people that you'd want to work with?
Oh, that's a hard question. I'd like to work with just generally in the UK scene, whether that be mainstream UK garage or moving towards grime and rap, or I'd be happy having a niche in an underground scene. I just appreciate people listening to my music rather than working with said people. I don't have said inspirations. I just would like to work with everyone and anyone if possible, you know.
So it's all about sharing the love with music.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do music. I mean, I know it's a cliche, but I do music for me, you know. I'd just be happy if people just banged my music from their car, their stereo. That'd make me happy. Do you know what I mean?
Do you write lyrics often?
I used to. I don't rap or anything like anymore. I used to. That's kind of how I got into music originally. I kind of dabbled in my friends' beats. But maybe in the future, I've thought about it because I've got a lot of music what has gaps, and I think I don't really work with many artists, so I might just do it myself.
Yeah. No, that'd be good. I'm going to throw a curveball at you.
Yeah.
So you might be on your toes a bit here. So are you familiar with the idea of desert island discs?
No, go on.
So if you were stranded on a desert island and you could only bring 3 albums with you, that's what you can listen to for the rest of your life, what 3 albums are you bringing?
Okay. That'd have to be... First one would be Number 23 by Cass is Dead.
Yeah.
It would have to be that's one of my favourite albums. Second one would have to be probably Biggie's album. What's it called? The one with Juicy, the one with the little small kid with the afro. That album. And, and Nas's album. What's it called? The one with the kid. Ill Man.
Thank you.
Yeah, that one. Those 3 would have to be the 3 albums that I would listen to for the rest of my life.
Well, brilliant. Thank you for coming along.
Yes.
This will be the last song by Villainous Nature today, and it is called Beautiful Dub. So thanks for tuning into UEL Radio.
Thank you.
And we'll have some more guests up soon. Thanks for coming.
Bless.
No sleep. 24/7. Breathe. Yeah. Wake up.
You keep missing out, should've stayed up. He got blacklisted, should've paid up. Pound coins in the piggy bank, gotta save up. Slept on the floor, never gave up. Now my ex-girl wanna kiss and make up. Man hate on the slide, got bait up. Word to Birmingham, I had to go straight up. Now they're like, wait up, hold on. SK level, that's so gone. They wanna know how everything's sold out. Which website do your shoes get sold on? With a style like this, I can't go wrong. Put the clothes on, put my gold on. Thought that I was a victim, you were so wrong. Get sprayed up, you tryna roll on. Shows on, look at the girls in the line. Man, I got MILFs in love with the words that I rhyme. Even though I swear and I curse all the time. Saw me on the front cover of the magazine and she said that it's perfectly fine. Now she got the bees and the birds on her mind. Cause I can do Uptown, I can do Greasy. Yeah, I stay blurring the lines. I'm just minding my business, no, we ain't watching anyone else. Wanna hate on me, that's useless. Truth is that you must hate yourself. Round here, everybody wanna be a millionaire so they can buy gums and smoke. It's so funny how quick they get rich then go broke, but it's not a laughing joke. I'm just minding my business, no, we ain't watching anyone else. Wanna hate on me, that's useless. Truth is that you must hate yourself. Round here, everybody wanna be a millionaire so they can buy gums and smoke. It's so funny how quick they get rich then go broke, but it's not a laughing joke. The new me learn from the old me, stay low key, I still roll deep. Got a mind that you talk to, man wanna jump on the wave, don't let them get cozy. Ask me to describe myself in one word, I'd rather use an emoji. Wanna flex like me, you don't know me, can't pay the rent but you just bought a stony. You'll see, a wise man once told me, you gotta live within your means. You got a pocket full of cash, but you gotta have a lot more than what's in your jeans. No time to sleep, you better take a nap. Wake up, put in the work and live the dream. It ain't overnight to get from the bottom to the top, there's a lot of shit in between. Haters gonna intervene, try draw you out, I realise there ain't nothing to talk about. You gotta kill them with success, show them what focus is all about. Stop getting it twisted, you had a chance to shine, too bad that you missed it. That's what you get for gossiping online. Every day sipping on tea, please get him a biscuit. I'm just minding my business, no, we ain't watching anyone else. Wanna hate on me, that's useless. Truth is that you must hate yourself. Round here, everybody wanna be a millionaire so they can buy gums and smoke. It's so funny how quick they get rich then go broke, but it's not a laughing joke. I'm just minding my business, no, we ain't watching anyone else. Wanna hate on me, that's useless. Truth is that you must hate yourself. Round here, everybody wanna be a millionaire so they can buy gums and smoke. It's so funny how quick they get rich then go broke, but it's not a laughing joke.
That was No Sleep by Local Joe. Welcome to UEL Radio. We are with Local Joe. How are you this morning?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I woke up and then came straight here, had my morning oats.
Lovely.
What did you have for breakfast, Joe?
I ate too late last night and didn't have anything. But I was going to have crumpets.
Crumpets?
I didn't have butter. So
Very London.
Yeah.
Anyway, tell me a bit about yourself.
So I live in East London. I've lived there for almost 6 years now. Or London in general. I did live north, east, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll save that boring story. Been making beats, producing for about 8 years now. And just recently found my style and way of production. So been going with that, which is sort of the grime-ish sound, grime, soul, jazz-inflected kind of sound. And
So 8 years ago, I won't bother doing the maths, but that's like prime Blackpool grime media time. Was that part of your influence?
No, although I do know about Little T and Afghan Dan. And Afghan Dan is actually really good.
Yeah.
Sophie Aspin though, but Afghan Dan, yeah.
Yeah. So how did you get into this music?
Grime specifically, because I've always been a big fan, and my sister showed me it. I think she saw Skepta and Wiley or something like that before, because I'm from Norwich. She saw them before at the uni thing there. and she came back. I listened to the music from then. This must have been about 2009-ish, so I was probably about 9, 10. Listened to it then, really liked it, and then of course, as the genre evolved, I was getting older, and yeah, was really interested in it from then, and yeah, then I kind of thought I want to make music like that, and then yeah.
So like, so is Skepta one of your main influences then, or who else who's inspired you along your musical journey?
Yeah,
It doesn't have to just be grime; it can be anyone.
Yeah, I'd say one of my main influences, I'd say probably MF Doom, big hip hop artist. Yes, rest in peace, every time.
Yeah.
And just because of his use of samples and creative production techniques and stuff like that, and how he used hardware like MPCs and stuff like that. So of course I have to shout out Jay Dilla as well.
Cool.
And Madlib and people like that. But yeah, I would say him definitely, and weirdly enough, Green Day. That was, I used to love, like literally love Green. I still do love them, but yeah, Green Day were the people who got me into like wanting to make music. Funnily enough.
What do you think of the new album?
I only listened to a couple of songs. I'm a bit of a fake fan now, as of now. But it's that thing of... Actually, I can't really comment on it, but I feel like they're still stuck in it from their previous couple of albums of recent times, where it's that kind of... They're struggling to realize, or Billy Joe Armstrong is, that they're not these 20-year-old punk rockers
they're
anymore.
Like 50 now.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, because I think they made an album, the one with the pony or the horse on the cover.
I think I know.
And it was just awful. And I remember when they dropped 21st Century Breakdown, they had those 3 albums after Uno, Dos, Tres, and it was just, just didn't work. And then that's when I fell out of love with them.
Oh, I see,
but
I see.
their previous albums, I think, I like Dookie, obviously American Idiot.
That's the big one.
Yeah. I think it's called Nimrod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's got Time of Your Life on it.
Yeah, and then the one with their I think it's their first album. It's like Green with a girl holding a gun.
Yeah.
Like that. I shouldn't do like that on radio, but
yeah.
yeah. But Green Day, I'd say, was one of my biggest inspirations.
So, you're in your 3rd year at UEL, aren't you?
Yeah.
So how do you feel that being at UEL has shaped you musically, or would that just come under the umbrella of London?
It's definitely from people I've met at uni as well, from doing tasks and trying different things, obviously. But I would say the main thing is the people on my course, because of course you're around other really talented people. So of course that naturally pushes you to want to do better and push yourself more and more. And of course, they're thinking, the same thing, likewise. So of course, naturally, the people you see basically every day, you push each other more and more, and you blossom as an artist.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Well, would you like to give us the name of the next track we're going to play?
The next track is one of my newer songs I released recently. It's the Frisco Freestyle, and
I'm a lyrical bender.
Good.
Okay, well, this next track by Local
textbook.
Joe is Frisco Freestyle.
Son, I'm a lyrical bender, something like gender. First, I'm a big money sound investor. Got a couple skeng man friends for my end from West Green, Apple till and Ida. Big bars lick up your head like cider. Wish they go faster, they ain't got lyrics. I got bars, they got gimmicks. Why should I care about this waste man rhymer? 24/7, I'm a all day grinder. Light up a nigga, no match, no lighter. House of that man so high in the sky that you won't come down and your friends won't find you. Actually, man can't give me do a better tune than skeng man must then get back to me. Actually, I'm a back to the rhymer. I be the best since the weed grinder. Hating me for, can't let MC get paid anymore. Let my Versace sag down to the floor. So many girls and they do wanna ball. Give me 1, give me 2, give me 3, give me 4, 15. I was on road breaking the law. Now we're MC and I'm going on road. When my album drops, I'll be going on tour. Frisco will fly out. That's where that idiot flow, that die out. So precise, no flaws. I got my own flow, don't need yours. I'll be on the skeg man team to the end, so we standard. Frisco's ready for the war. I'm lyrically heavy, get buried in the war. When I started, they buried so many in the war. Man, no knock to violate or try jump out of the place. So you dumb or you mad or you out of your face. Don't ever jump out of your place. I don't wanna hear nothing about strapping the waist. I beat shots like Gerard, but when I see a roll with a dog, I don't mean well odds. A man better cool and relax in a place. Me, I just cool and relax on a bass. I can get busy with a kick and a bass. I can get busy with a snare and a kick. And if one of them pricks try chatting my face, I spit slugs that would done a man's buzz, make you feel like you just got lamps in your face. Now watch me get dark on the rhythm and bass. Them man are sweet like cinnamon taste. Actually, them man are soft like Play-Doh. Don't know, them man are all-time waste. I don't wanna hear no talk about weight. You get on me chest, get your 10 man strong, but it's nothing. I got something tucked in the waist. They were offbeat like I'm tucked to the base. And a mixtape here and there ain't nothing. Best thing you just keep up with the pace. And if you can't keep up with the pace, best thing you put down the mic and cool. Best thing you pull up your mind with tools. And if I MC tell me to suck my mum, I will put down the mic and rule. Man better chill out, relax and cool. And these niggas chat tough with their friends, but when they see me, they say, alright, cool.
And that was
Son,
Frisco Freestyle by Local Joe, who is joining us this morning in sunny East London. You'll have to ignore the planes that fly on by. So if you were tuned in earlier, you'd have heard Joe speaking about his influences and his journey from coming to London a few years ago. So you've got the songs. How often do you perform?
This is something I was thinking about recently, is that I need to perform more because I'm just a producer. I need to, the platform to perform them would be DJing. So I try and DJ as much as I can, but with actual bookings, yeah, it's not looking good. But it's on the up because I'm doing one soon at my friend's event in New Cross, that's it. And yeah, so that'll be good. But yeah, I need to get out there and do it more. But yeah, DJing is the way I kind of perform the stuff and, you know, whatever.
So that's a UEL radio exclusive, New Cross, a performance by Local Joe.
Oh yeah.
What date's that on?
It's May the something. I can't remember. I want to say 7th or 7. There's a 7 in it. I'll have to double check that.
There will be a 7, and it will be May if you want to go see Local
And there will
Joe.
be the music in the New Crosses.
So let's just go forward like 10 years. Where do you want to be? Where do you want this musical life of yours to go?
I want to share my music with millions. No, I want to. Well, I do. I just want to keep making music and doing what I love and working with more artists. And I feel like working with artists from all generations now and then even from when I get to that point. So I feel like when I'm a bit older and more mature as an artist, working with the newer people and like sort of being able to sort of almost coach them or whatever, and then they get an insight of how I've been and what I've gone through on my artistic journey. Yeah, so they can learn a bit from me or whatever. But yeah, I just feel like 10 years from now, I'll be 34, so...
so will I.
But yeah, so that's not that old. 34.
It's not, but it sounds it right now. But I think 24 sounds old.
I think I'm an old young. That's how it is. But yeah, I feel like just be doing what I'm doing at the minute. Hopefully, have some belter albums out. But yeah, but I feel like I'm just gonna keep working with artists between now and 10 years. I'll be working on an album with my friend Tilo. Shout out Tilo.
Shout out Tilo. Yeah.
That'll be getting worked on in summer. We're putting the plan together now. But that'll be a sort of jazzy UKG type of album. But yeah, I'll be carrying on doing things like that. And yes.
Well, that was a very good answer, Joe.
Yeah.
So you want to work with the year 7s of today in 10 years, the youth that'll be bringing through new music. Are there any artists in particular? I know you mentioned some that were in your inspirations before, but if you could have like 3 artists that you'd love to collaborate with, anyone, they don't have to be famous, or if they are or whatever, it can be anyone.
There's someone I think I will. He's an 18-year-old producer called Bex Blue, who's sort of doing a similar thing to me at the minute with the grime edits, like taking the vocal out and making his own beat and whatever. it's all second will always be Skepta. I feel like that's just waiting to happen. That's why I'm playing 2 tracks of him feature on today. And third, I don't know actually. I think I'd have to go a bit odd. I'd say, or not odd. I think I'd like to work with like a female artist, like vocalist, maybe KTB. Get her career. Yeah, get her career back. But maybe get her on sort of that old school stuff she was doing. I can't remember when it was, but the stuff she did with Miss Dynamite, and maybe get her on like a garage song, something like that. That would work. But yeah, those 3, KEB, Bex Blue and Skepta.
Good variety there. So we're going to play you a 3rd song today out of the 4. Would you like to give the title of this song?
This is Skepta Freestyle.
Skepta Freestyle, coming at you live from UEL Radio. Stay tuned for more.
Danger, 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 danger. Yeah. Let me spit the real ghetto gospel into the mic. No word of a lie, no hype. A lot of these MCs couldn't be bad boys on the road, so they picked up the pen and paper. They tried to get a little strike, but I ain't in it. A lot of these MCs diss us, but they don't hate us. It's just an excuse to say my crew's name in a lyric. You make an album to showcase your talent, but ghetto made freedom a speech and said my name every 2 minutes. Man wanna go to the mountain, go to shows in a tour bus. Next time make an album, not a CD full of war dub. Next time you wanna beat, just call us. Call me the king of grime. Better still call me the king of grime. Better still call me license to kill. Promoters are booking them man for reveal. I get a G, still I ain't had one deal. Get to the rave, within the first 2 minutes, I already get 1 wheel. Then I get 2 wheels, bicycle. Then I get 3 wheels, tricycle. Then I get 4 wheels, car. You can't even get a unicycle, it's a car. So you better stop spitting. Forget a freestyle, man, I spit a pre-written. Listening to the best spitter in Britain. I repeat, best spitter in Britain. They wanna run it up, but like Armour said, it's nothing, leave them. Best gang talk, I can't believe them. Red and white R6, leave them. D&G glasses, I can't see them. So when you're talking like you can't die, 1 bullet in each lung.
Was Skepta Freestyle. I'm here with Local Joe. That was the last song for today. But before we let you go home, Joe, or whatever you're doing with the rest of your day, I'm going to throw at you a classic radio question. Are you familiar with Desert Island Discs?
No.
So essentially, just picture you're on a deserted island. There's been a crash, you were on a cruise, you're alone on an island, and you managed to salvage 3 records. And that's what you got to listen to till you succumb to the sunshine and starvation. What 3 albums are you bringing with you to the grave on this island?
How would I even play these records?
Record players there as well, and there's an electrical socket just for the album.
Okay, perfect. That was my biggest worry. I would say, right, Mad Villainy by Mad Villain.
Yeah.
Because I think that's an album with no skips.
No skip album.
Then Revolver by the Beatles.
Brilliant.
And third...
No Green Day?
Yeah, 21st Century Breakdown. You know what? I think... I'm actually going to do it. Rubber Soul by the Beatles.
Oh, 2 Beatles?
Just because, they're too star-studded. Or maybe if I had to swap it out, if I didn't do double Beatles, maybe Boy in the Corner by Dizzy Rascal.
Boy in the Corner by Dizzy Rascal.
Yeah.
And Revolver and Mad Villainy, was it?
Yeah. Bit of a weird
mix,
but...
I've been your host, Reese, and we've been here today with Local Joe at UEL Radio. This is everything we've got for you this morning. So have a safe drive if you're driving, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for coming, Joe.
My pleasure.
And thanks for the team in the back room. See you later. Ta.
Sorry about that. Hello.
Hello.
Cheers, Jay. All right, okay. Ad hoc, are we on? We are on. Okay, welcome back to day 3 of the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Docks Centre of Sustainability. Hello, mate.
How are you?
What's your name? I'm good. What's your name?
My name is Brian Edmund.
Brian?
Brian Edmund.
Okay, Brian. Tell us a bit about yourself and what you're doing here today.
About myself, so I'm a graduate from film from UEO, and I was basically recording the last 2 events at the Creative Industries in the Source, at the Source.
That's right, yeah, okay. So you're a bit of a veteran.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could call it that.
Cool. And when did you graduate?
I just graduated, so I've got my ceremony coming next week, actually, on the 11th.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And are you
just fresh.
confident? Yeah,
Yeah, I'm good. I'm alright. I try my best.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And do you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm 36.
Okay,
Yeah.
good age, right?
Yeah, great.
Okay, cool.
Bones are hurting though.
All right, and and you're here today for.
I'm here today to look around and then obviously pass some footage and sound.
Right.
And I'm going to be working on some edits as well. So I'm non-stop. I'm always just kind of.
Well, you've got to
working
keep
from-
busy. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's it,
you
that's
don't
it.
have a stall here today.
No,
You-
don't have a
right.
stall here
Okay,
today,
so you.
I just come to talk about obviously what I did, and then the experience through the panel. What I saw yesterday as well was quite a good experience.
And what did you see yesterday? Which one?
So with the panels, is that we had a lot of people from the BBC were there.
Ah.
And then the talks were very interesting. Whilst I'm recording, I'm just taking I really want to get involved with the talks, but I have to add it to their job at the same time. So
Exactly.
Once I finished, when I cut the camera, I was talking to the panel afterwards just to get knowledge on what they do after, and then a few people exchange details. A few want to have catch up with me and have a coffee, so they're interested in what I've got to do, and they kind of want to collab as well.
Well, that's brilliant, right? Yeah, and I think you're living proof right now of how this festival works, right?
Yeah, try to.
And you're also doing your own thing as well. So
Yeah.
you know that's the reason why people should come here. You know,
Yes.
it could surprise you, right? You
Definitely.
know, yeah, okay, and so. You say that you could be meeting up with some people in the future as a result of yesterday's panel.
Yes, so I've got a few people messaging me now already. So they want to catch up and we could work something out. And then I met a lady. She's a principal from a school, and we kind of got talking. And I do talks in schools as well sometimes. And she was talking about even hopefully running one program that they had in her school that I could kind of. Me and one trust that I work with to probably take on and run for them and help them out.
Awesome. What's the name of that trust?
The trust that I work with is called Longford Trust.
Longford?
Yes, Longford
Okay.
Trust.
Brilliant. Longford Trust. And what do you know about them?
About Longford Trust?
Yeah.
So Longford Trust is basically a trust that helps out like ex-convicts and stuff, and they kind of bring people into like jobs and education and helping them out to get through, just like get through, like make it a lot easier, like on their release. Because with ex-convicts and stuff, when they release into the world, they feel like no one's there to kind of help them out, or
right.
But there's like a group of people in Longford Trust that ex-convicts do not see that are working for free and that are helping them out to try and literally put them on the map. People in industries that people that work in TV and own like big businesses and offering these ex-convicts like skills and jobs and networking opportunities.
It's a gamble on both sides, isn't it? For both parties there. So for the ex-con there, you know, having the confidence to even apply themselves to go to the Longford, and for the Longford themselves to take them on.
So it's that's how it works. So it depends. So with the Longford Trust, it's like they do their background checks. They have to do they really have to look on the background checks to make sure they're taking on the right person.
Yeah.
Because some people could just apply for it and not be serious at all, and once they're out into the real world, they're back to square
scary,
one.
and then
but then you got some guys that are really want to change their lives and do something different, and then
awesome.
So,
And you can tell the real ones.
Yeah, you can tell he's real. You can tell he doesn't.
Yeah,
he just wants to don't care about it.
No, exactly. Oh man, what great work you're doing. You know,
I appreciate it.
It's great. You know, and
Thank you.
keeping that confidence going is the main thing for yourself.
Thank you.
So where do you see yourself going now after you get the results in?
So I've been doing a lot of freelance work. I've been not too long ago, I was on set for a show on Sky called Sweet Pea.
Yep.
Then I got a internship next week with a prison network channel called Way Out TV, and
I've heard of Way Out TV. Yeah.
So then I got then I want to carry on working on that show on season 2 of Sweet Pea, getting more experience and writing a script on a short film I'm doing. And I was just currently talking to my former tutor, Julian Alexander, and Wesley. He's a tutor from fashion, and I kind of want to make a course that would help out, like a small short course, 2-week program in UEO that will help out students from level 1 to learn about making money in creative industries, because a lot of people graduate from university and they don't know what to do. They don't know how to get a job into from filmmaking or creative industries, and they're just stuck. And then they kind of do something that they didn't study, and they'll lose that passion that they had for filmmaking or acting or whatever it is. So I want to create something that would help students from the first year to start getting that kind of business mentality from now, and trying to start building up a clientele, especially with this generation of social media, where how I started my journey in UEO, I knew from year 1 was I went to every single classroom, every tutor, spoke to every single one of them, and I told them, does anyone want anything filmed for free? And then they all said, yeah.
And then you're inundated and you're like, oh no, what did I do that for?
Then I asked all the students in my class, like, do you want to do something that we're going to be filming some stuff for free? And they're like, is it paid? And then some of them were like, no. Actually, all of them said no. And then I was basically by myself. Then I started getting paid in within 6 months. Then I think everyone started seeing me with equipment and how do you get that stuff? Then people start getting involved, and then now they could see okay, what I was planning and what I've done was building this clientele, building up this connection with tutors and students throughout the university, and building up a link. So when they think about filmmaking, they'll think about my name straight away. So just building up that kind of businessman and letting them know to think about, if I need something filmed, let's call so and then I sort of kind of, so it's something that I kind of want to teach for the year 1s to work on, especially with this generation of social media. With social media, there's so much videos and jobs going on. It could be small, but every £100 counts.
Oh, absolutely. So, it really does.
And it really would help out with students as well, with the way of living and stuff like that. But it's a huge sacrifice that they need to take on, with less partying and less hanging around. So just more focus.
I think what you'll get back from it will be better than what you get from any party in the long run.
Definitely.
Do you know what I mean? Because the next day after a party you feel a bit hungover. This is a clean buzz.
Yeah, right? Especially when you've completed that edit.
Yeah.
And it feels like the feeling is, for me, is that's my party. Especially when you got all these files, these footages, this sound, and it's just a big mess at the start, then you put it all together, then you see yourself then getting better and better, and you're like, wow, I've come from making something so to something that's getting to near the professional levels. So
awesome.
If you feel great at the end of it. So it's just the person, the student, that's got to have a passion. You've got to kind of be obsessed in what you're doing.
Yeah, a healthy obsession.
Yeah,
true. So this internship that's coming up for you, how long's that going to last?
Way Out TV, it's just a month internship.
Right.
But I meant to travel there to stay in, I forgot the city they said I need to go, but it's out of London.
Oh my God.
And I know I've got so much going on right now. But
so does that involve a hotel?
Yeah, hotel, stay, everything, pay travel.
They're paying for that?
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
And I got go there Monday, come back Thursday because I got go there Monday, come back Wednesday because I got graduation on a Thursday. Then I got to go back again on Monday.
Okay.
Then I got to come back again.
Have you got the gown and the cap already?
I've got my gown, got my cap.
You have?
Got
okay.
everything.
You're taking it very seriously.
Yes,
That's good.
got
That's
everything.
good.
So
I'm sure you're going to look smart on the day,
I'll
right?
I'll try my best.
Yeah, no, you don't have to worry. You'll be cool. You'll be looking good. Okay, so that's really cool, man. The future's looking good for you, right?
Appreciate it so
yeah,
much.
Man. That's a blessed thing. So, Brian, thank you for coming in. It's short and sweet. So
thank you for having me.
Good luck today, man. No worries.
Cheers,
All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. Have a good one.
Cheers.
See you soon. Wow.
You are now listening to Radioactive 101.
This is Radioactive 101.
It's Young T Wizzy. Online, offline, man gets busy. It's a jungle difference. My grumpy or red's a lovely sequence, so you better put a cork in. My LP does all my talking. If you wait 4 digits, I'm afraid you can't compare us, innit? Call me a one-pick wonder. Ban out the Kindred first rotation. Forget about the Zinzao. That'll cost you reparations. No chasing status. Your Nexus drops a sweet sensation. Trizzy and Broad, do the maths, simple equation. Shout out Nemly. Gets first blood, it's gonna be a killing frenzy. Leave me mid in the mud, then fix his curtain. Strip check, still sexy. Ain't nothing changed. Focus mid, spray from range. Not a pleasant exchange. Takes your life, pockets the change. I'm a full clear jungle. Nemly's mid, I know they'll gank it. When he locks in rumble, flash E1, E2, Q, try tank it. Moving like and, spend the pounds back in base. Reset, bank it. Eyes on the map, see what pushed up. TP flank it. I'll support snugly, but you best believe this guy ain't cuddly. Try give him a hug, that's 10 toes in the grave, you mug. 6 feet down, update your bio, professional clown. When his pie goal hits, accept your fate, reflect then drown. And we got squad depth, we do. Us man play with rolling subs. Game 1 snugly, game 2 Brandon. Either way it's a dub, sweeper support. Your bot lane both need a report. 80 G's in the bank, window shopping, both get caught.
Chunk from Governor.
Oh, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! That's a huge solo count.
Don't know what you thought would happen. Slay your tanks with that Kraken. Been out the base for too long, I've got 4 racks I've been stacking. Spend the gold, Nash. Bot wave, crash. Quick 1-2 on your inhibs, now your income is slash.
On the rift you can't stop me. Governor locking on top. He used the pillar, then his E. Knock him up.
It's always hard to play against him. He's really fucking good.
Win the game, feeling good. Bangalio, yeah you should. Play again, wish we could. Try harder, wish you would. Go FF, what's next? Whitey bot, like death. On the rift, you get chefed. Running friends to the death.
Well, welcome to UEL Radio. That was.
Okay, welcome back to day 3 of the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Docks Centre of Sustainability, live at radioactives.org and on YouTube at radio.active 2.0. Okay, I am joined, I haven't got your names yet, but I'm joined by you 2 people here. Sorry, what's your name first?
My name's Kate Valentine. Hi.
Hello, Kate, and...
I'm Dr. Gemma Hurley.
Say again, into the microphone.
Dr. Gemma Hurley.
Hello, Doctor, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good,
Very
excellent.
well.
Okay, so just write your names down, sorry, because it's all impromptu. Kate and
Gemma with a G.
Right, okay, no worries. With a G, okay. No worries. We'll start with you, Kate. Why are you here today?
Well, I've been invited here today to talk about my body of work,
which was the accidental starting of a global grassroots movement of leaders who bring singing to mums in their community.
Awesome.
It's a crossover of arts and health, with my background being nursing. I've just been here to tell the story and get a few people singing.
Okay, nursing with maternity or just general?
General and paediatric.
General and paediatric.
Yeah.
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
Oh, I think something like 27 years was the last count.
Okay, brilliant. Okay.
Long.
Yes.
Not as long as Gemma, though.
Okay, and Gemma, how long have you been in the business there?
Okay, so I've been in nursing for 38 years.
My God.
And I also worked in universities for 19 years. So I did this project with Kate's organisation for finding creative help placements for student midwives.
Right.
And I can tell you more about that.
Yes, please do.
Yeah. So, as you know, universities are often struggling with finding rich placement opportunities for students, and in particular, at the time when I worked at City St George's University, we needed to find a placement that will prepare our students better for practice and give them the confidence to deal with the landscape of the NHS. So I stumbled across Kate's charity, and I met with her, and Kate put
When
on...
was this? How many years back?
Oh, this is only recently.
Only
It was
recently?
last year.
Last year,
Yeah.
right, okay.
And so we provided a placement. Kate provided a rich placement over 8 weeks for our student midwives. Our student midwives initially were really confused as to why we're doing this. You know, they couldn't understand the reasons.
Making them sing.
And making them sing with mothers and their babies present. But it was beautiful to see as the placements carried on. The students were building their confidence. They were on the floor talking to mothers and playing with the babies. And they were developing the communication skills that they needed for practice. And also that self-confidence and resilience that they need to manage with the complexities that exist in the NHS.
Of which there are many.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also the NHS for a London Trust champion for midwifery services.
Good.
So I feel passionate about this, that the NHS needs to embed such creative health into the everyday lives of not only the practitioners but also the patients.
Right, and so this is only happening in one area, is it, at the moment?
Well, the pilot with Gemma at City St George's took place last year. It was the first time we've done that with student midwives. The first time I've done that with singing mamas as a model to use with the students for their learning. Previously to that, I've worked with student nurses in Chester.
Right.
That's the only place that I think it's happening in the UK.
Right.
It's caught the attention of people across the globe. We've had visitors from Florida come and visit that programme while I've been...
I would imagine the Americans love it.
They do. Driving from Sussex to Chester weekly is quite long, so I was quite delighted when Gemma invited me to work with midwives. A little bit more relevant for working with mums.
So Chester and London.
Yes.
Right, and do you see it going more nationwide?
Absolutely.
You do?
Absolutely. I think also I've got a meeting coming up. I think this will be hugely important for medical students in preparing doctors as well in delivering person-centred care. So the next steps really is to invite Kate along to medical schools, and hopefully deans will be willing to engage with this creative project.
It's definitely going to blow up. I mean, Singing Mama started about 14 years ago, and it blew up just one by one, really, people hearing about it and wanting to start singing communities in their local area, just believing in it. But for me, with a background of nursing, it just makes absolute sense that this is a programme that's brought into health studies across health disciplines for a number of reasons. But knowing what the job is as a nurse, the resilience that I have within my own nursing practice through having a singing practice or having a creative practice, any creative practice, but my discipline is singing, having a weekly practice of that, it gives you so much.
Right, and you're a mum yourself.
I am.
And singing, obviously, is so natural, isn't it?
It's ancient medicine.
It really is. And music, excuse me, rhythm, drumming, that kind of thing, it's all there, isn't it?
Yeah.
You found it's helped you personally as well?
Yeah, it saved me from a very traumatic childhood, from lots of dark times, from narrow escapes through my own mental health crisis, actually. So first-hand experience of that. And lots of our Singing Mums leaders come into the work from all different backgrounds,
Awesome.
health, music, but many from lived experience of recovering themselves
Yeah.
and their own mental
And
health
they have to
struggles.
go through that journey to get to the point where they can start to recover,
Yeah.
ironically.
Yeah.
So postnatal
Yeah.
depression,
Yeah.
is massive. Obviously,
huge.
And you go into it, and as a bloke, obviously wouldn't know too much, but the menopause as well. I mean,
Yeah.
would you be
Yeah.
dealing with women peri, post, or
Well,
actually in between?
It's interesting you've asked that, because our groups usually, when they start in a new area, leader trains, and it's usually pregnancy mums. That's the kind of newness of the community that builds. But then as mums, their babies grow bigger, they go to school, the mums remain, which then demonstrates in that town that actually you can come to this group whether or not you're a mum, and then we have older mums come, and then you get, after a year or two, you get this intergenerational women singing together feel,
Right.
which is where magic happens.
That's awesome, isn't it?
It is so cool.
So it's not just for new mamas, right?
No, no.
It's established
for
mums,
grandmas
teenagers,
as well,
grandmas.
yeah.
Exactly.
Really? Okay, so
It
you would
is.
take grandmothers in?
Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
And women who haven't had children, choose not to, or not through choice have had children, they want to be around mums and children. It's quite radical to have
Yeah.
that. It's not for every woman that hasn't been able to enter motherhood.
Right.
But for the woman that wants that experience,
That's
she can be
amazing.
the auntie in the community and help
Oh,
out the
that's
new
lovely.
mum.
Yeah, that is great. So women that physically can't have babies.
Or have chosen not to.
Or have chosen not to, yeah. Amazing. Oh man, that's so cool.
Takes a village.
It really does, yeah. And what about drums in that? I mean, is it just singing, is it just voice, or do you have drummers coming in?
The Singing Mamas method is just voices, using harmony, call and response, rounds, really simple, don't make me think songs.
Right.
We have toys in the middle for the babies, so generally soft toys. If there's anything hard, the
Right.
babies will drum with them. If there's a cupboard
Naturally.
door, the babies will drum with the cupboard door.
Isn't
so
that weird?
some of our leaders are experienced drummers and will take drums in, absolutely, yeah.
Oh right,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, amazing. Lost for words, which isn't brilliant. So we'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you guys. That was really good. Just before you go, what do you hope to get from today?
It would be really lovely to make some connections. I know there's a growth to the health faculty here. I'm speaking to quite a number of universities that are really interested to further develop the pilot of creative health placements, knowing it's a big problem for universities and it's a quality placement that the NMC are really behind. Right. So I'm keen to talk to people that are interested to bring something, even just an introduction to their students, to show what kind of nursing career can look like, or what health can look like, what social prescribing is.
Absolutely.
A bit more of an understanding of creative health.
Right.
So
Social prescribing.
yes.
Tell me.
Yeah.
Sorry. What is it?
Gemma?
So social prescribing, it's a big part of the NHS now, where we could patients who suffer with mental illness, for example, we can prescribe them on gardening schemes available in the community, or singing mamas. So lots of different creative things going on in the community that the NHS signs up to, and we prescribe, and it's saved. In fact, my background is as a nurse, works in general practice, and social prescribing is a big part of what we offer our patients, and they really benefit from it, from those who feel isolated, they're building new networks. It's
If you look on the social prescribing website.
Exactly. I was going to ask. How do you find that?
Yeah, I think it's just the National Social Prescribing. I think it gives you a lot of information.
Yep.
If anyone who's struggled to get a GP appointment, it's worth knowing that one of the problems that has caused this drive for social prescribing is that 50% of GP appointments are for social problems.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Wow.
And so many things that are happening within the community already can meet the needs of those appointments that are building up the GP services.
Okay. All right. No worries. It's all amazing. What about the fathers in this? I know it's probably not the right question, but
well, I mean, of course, we care about everyone. Everyone cares about everyone. I think when we talk about maternal mental health, you've got to think about the journey that the mum goes through pregnancy. It's a hazardous time. You have scans, blood tests, growth checks, all of these things, because it's quite a dangerous thing to go through. We've got the health service there ready to meet any medical or health problem that might occur during that massive process that takes a long time.
Absolutely.
But if you consider all of that, and then you look at the statistics of what harm mums come to actually when they're pregnant, when they have a baby, the leading cause of death is not through health problems, it's suicide.
Oh my.
So the
Didn't realise.
statistics
Okay.
are terrible, and they
Right.
keep repeating themselves
Okay.
to show that mums are really not in a great way in their mental health.
Okay.
It's a huge problem.
Right.
And the services currently aren't really covering the need. The
Right.
mental health services, the perinatal mental health services, the women wait a long time for support. They have barriers to even asking for support because of the stigma around mental health and the fear of social services
Wow.
input. So it's a really big problem which is affecting the lives of children and families everywhere.
Right.
So I think before we've sorted that problem out,
Concentrate on the mums.
you know,
yeah.
and luckily interventions like Singing Mamas, clinically proven, a 10-week course is more effective than the pills and talking therapies. It's cheaper,
Great.
it's easier to access.
Yeah.
It's a good news story.
Oh, awesome. It's so cool what you're doing. I wish you all the luck with
Thank
it,
you.
obviously, and I hope you go from strength to strength. You will. Kate and Gemma, thank you so much.
Such a pleasure. Thank you.
Have a great day, yeah?
Yeah, and you.
All right, no worries. Thanks for coming in. All right.
Thermal really heating up.
Stacks on the beat.
Let's go. Me and this music thing, meant to be. This is crazy. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Travel the world, pack my bags. This is a drag. You're just bragging. Gonna bring fire like what I'm doing. Let me bring it back. You know how it goes. Follow the waypoint on the map, like GTA Mayday. Oh no, on holiday with a Sunday. You're not my babe. You know how it goes. So get that look off your face. I got flows upon flows and it's starting to show. Oh, let me slow down, stacks on the beat. Kill this one, he went crazy. You know how it goes. Packing my bags, travel the road. Might need a remix, but you'll never know. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Don't do phone calls first on D&D. Let me just freeze it for the sun and the breeze. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Travel the world, unpack my bags, hop in the pool. I'm not a Leo. I can't move much cause I'll get a stitch. You know how it goes. Tryna be rich, my bank account rolls. Just acting up, you don't play a role. I might just go out for a little stroll. As a whole, just tryna reach my goal. You know how it goes, you know how it goes. Let's go, let's go. Tryna reach my goal. I hope you can cope. You know how it goes. Let's go, let's go. Tryna reach my goal. I hope you can cope. Let's go. Look, me and this music thing, meant to be. This is crazy. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Travel the world, pack my bags. This is a drag. You're just bragging. Gonna bring fire like what I'm doing. Let me bring it back. You know how it goes. And I pack my bags back on the flight. Might sleep a little. You know I just might. A flight to Jamaica. I just need some data. You know part of me is Grenada. Just sits right. Hop on the flight. Feeling kinda light. Oh, I need some healing. Me, myself and I. Me, myself and I. Feeling sky high. Strike it tonight. Trying to be polite. Alright, alright. Trying to be polite. Alright, alright.
Hi, this is Rari, and who am I interviewing today?
Miss AC.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So, how long have you been making music for?
I would say over 2 years, on and off, a
Okay.
lot. I'm trying to be very consistent with it, but on and off for over 2 years.
I understand. We're all trying to be consistent with everything.
Mhm.
What genres do you create and listen to?
Rap, R&B. I love listening to grime. Just rap in general. Mostly just rap and R&B, to be honest. I listen to a lot of R&B artists and grime artists. I like
what I also like to watch is rap battles.
Okay.
I like listening and watching them. I find them very entertaining. And I do like a grime cypher from time to time. Very interesting. I really, really love the grime artists in the music industry. I like Chipmunk.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So who are your inspirations?
I'll say a lot of female artists like Miss Banks, Georgia Smith. I do like Nicki Minaj, and a
I
few.
like her too.
She makes some bangers. A lot of male artists as well, like especially as I said, grime artists. I do like Aaliyah, the singer, as well. I like Chipmunk. I like Stormzy. There's a mixture of people, to be fair.
Okay. Any other influences? Doesn't have to be music related, but
I would say since I started music and been in the industry, I've got to know a lot of people, not just artists but producers, that are very influential upon me. Like the first song you heard was by someone called Stacks on the Beat.
Okay.
I met him once I started doing music, and from the start, like, his beats were just crazy. And it's like, I've done a few beats of his. He sends me so many beats all the time, but he's very, very good. So he kind of gets my flow. So he sends me beats that kind of suit me. So he influences me to just do a lot more rapping and stuff like that.
okay, that's good. What? Oh, okay, cool.
Check it. Like, first off, come close. I gotta tell you little something, but this is only for you, no Drake. Like, look what he done, look what he made me do. I don't know what to do, but lately my mind's been on two ways, in two different places, two different wavelengths. Really gotta take a second, forgot to mention in this dimension and the next. Gotta keep up the tension, gotta keep up the tension. Gotta have the flavor, gotta sound a waiver. Wait, hold up, did you sound a waiver? She turned and said to him, you're my knight in shining armor. Like, look at you, you're just a charmer. I love both Palmers, Kiki and Coco. Liking this solo thing right now, but hit me up, bet I can do a promo. Check it, like, let me go again. You thought I was done, you thought wrong. They came in strong like Barbie and Ken. They lasted right till the very end. All they really wanted was a female friend. Something real, no rent free in his head. By a long shot, me and together, that's the perfect blend. That's the perfect blend, don't wanna mess up. Rock up the boat, no, Aaliyah, no. What he said, you're all mine, just like Monica. I know what I want from you. Look, coming back for the third time, but no, this may be the last time. Would you expect? No, would you detect? Walking down with some white Air Forces on my feet. Like, that's comfy, with an oversized hoodie over me. In this winter season, it's pretty freezing. I know I ain't gotta give a reason. Like, I know I ain't gotta give a reason. Like, gotta have the, gotta sound the, wait, hold up, did you sound the? She turned and said to him, you're my knight in shining armor. Gotta have the, gotta sound the, wait, hold up, did you sound the? She turned and said to him, you're my knight in shining armor.
Live from East London. UEL Radio.
Okay, we're back. So, do you have any releases out at the moment?
I have a few on YouTube, but not many. That's something that it's one of my goals for the future. Is to release a lot more. The track you just heard, it was the last track that I made just the end of last year.
Okay.
So I'm planning on releasing it sometime this year. But yeah, that's one of my goals right now, just to be a bit more consistent on releasing and stuff like that. I just have loads of songs recorded, but just not releasing that much at the moment. So work in progress.
Okay, no problem. Do you have a YouTube username we could?
Yeah, same thing. Miss AC, MISS.ACEE.
Okay. Do you have any collaborations you have coming up, or any people you would like to work with in the future?
I'll say artist-wise, there is a few people, female-wise, that I know that rap as well. There is one person called Ni. We have spoken before about potentially collaborating, but we've not done that yet. So hopefully I'll be able to collaborate with her in the future. And obviously Stacks on the Beat. Producer-wise, I've worked with him with some of his beats, and I'd want to work with you as a producer.
Oh, thank you.
Hopefully in the future with some of your beats as well. But on both sides, I want to do both in the future. But yeah.
Okay, and last question. What are your goals in the music industry?
So to release more, be more consistent. That's definitely those ones. I want to be able to collaborate more. I feel like that would help with my confidence a lot more as well.
Yeah.
And being able to see how I work with other people and not just how I work by myself. And just to network more and socialize a lot more with other people in the music industry. I feel like that's another big step.
Yeah.
Especially for someone that's very new to the scene and up and coming. So yeah, that's my goals for now. But yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Thermal really heating up.
Stacks on the beat.
Fine, Jamaica looking divine, Grenada, St. Lucia looking out here, but get a feature on this one, had to show them, you know who it is. No Sheldon, come in with a big bang, just riding on my theory, looking kinda wary. It's quite busy in this city. Wanna visit New York, you know, Atlanta, like, what's the matter, like, what's the matter? Every black person is trying to scatter. Please just bring out my platter. Hate heights, but bring up the ladder, need to aim high. Just bring that fire. You're just a liar, now you're capping. You got some wings now you're fire. I'm playing with you, man. Please take a joke, it's part of the plan. Whether up and down, don't know if I need a heater or a fan. But man, we the back up, look, we the back up. Carolina, her name Caroline. Sweet like Caroline, she ain't got a twin. She want in a dime, she want in a dime, she want in a divine, Jamaica looking divine, Grenada, St. Lucia looking out here, but get a feature on this one, had to show them, you know who it is. Yeah, like it's me, hello, it's Miss AC, now I'm gone again. What to do, like I don't know, pause, play, like replay it again. Carolina, her name Caroline, sweet like Caroline, she ain't got a twin. She want in a dime, she want in a dime, she want in a divine, Jamaica looking divine, Grenada, St. Lucia looking out here, but get a feature on this one, had to show them, you know who it is.
Hi guys, my name is Aliyah and I'm here with...
Here with Rari.
Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Is that your artist name?
Yes.
Or
that is my
producer
art-
name? I
Yeah,
should say.
producer name.
Producer. Nice. How long have you been a producer for?
I started making music when I was about 15-ish. I think that's when I first downloaded like Adore Ableton. And yeah, it just started from there really.
It's been quite a long time then.
Yeah,
Or-
but on and off.
Okay, on and off, on and off.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you worked with any other producers or anything like that since you've been in the industry?
Not really, to be honest. Not since I was like younger. But I do plan on working with people very soon.
Okay, that's good to know. So what's kind of like your genres that you kind of work with or tap into?
Well, in recent years, I've wanted to do a lot more like jungle, drum and bass sort of thing. Yeah, I used to do like rap and hip hop and stuff, but I don't know, I feel like I've grown out of that, to be honest. So
Okay. Do you listen to that kind of stuff as well? Or
Yeah.
do you listen to different stuff?
to be fair, I listen to like everything, like house, jazz, rap,
Okay.
bare stuff.
Does that come with like different inspirations then from different genres, I'm guessing? Or is it
Yeah.
solely on one like genre more specifically?
I feel like all of them play a part in my music because like it could be like the instrumentation of like each genre I could put into like my stuff. So yeah.
Okay. What about, do you have any influences, like other producers that you look up to or how they work? Do you have any specific working styles similar to any other producers, or do you just have your own particular way of working?
I think I have my own particular way of working. I feel like because I have so many like influences, it's hard to sort of pinpoint just like one producer, like one artist.
Yeah.
But yeah, who are my influences? I'm trying to think. I like Jamiroquai. That's a band that I really listen to. Max B. Yeah.
Okay. So what about any latest releases for anyone to hear that's listening?
I haven't got any releases at the moment. I do plan on doing so probably like maybe May, because obviously I have to make an EP for one of my modules. So I feel like it'll be a good way for me to start putting my stuff out there for people to hear.
So do you plan on potentially just doing some solo releases and then work up to releasing with other producers?
Yeah, I think I'm going to start off that way. I feel like I need to sort of become established for myself and my brand and everything, and then I can start worrying about like working with other people.
Okay, that's good. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing and hearing them, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
And we are back with Rari. So I have one last final question to ask you quickly. What are your goals for the industry as a producer, up and coming?
My goals in my career is probably to make music for like games, anything with visual media, to be honest. I feel like that's where my interests are. I used to want to just like put out stuff for like other artists, like rap on and whatever, but I feel like that's more interesting. That's where I want to go.
Okay, that's good to hear. About any artists, do you have any artists in mind that you'd want to work with in studios?
Artists I'd want to work with. I'd probably say Tyler, the Creator. I've loved him for like so many years. And I like the fact that he hasn't just stuck to just doing like music for audience. Like he's done collaborations with like LV, like he done music for their fashion show. He's also done music for like I think it was Coca-Cola. He done an advert for them and Converse. So yeah, he's kind of dipped into the field that I'm interested in. So yeah, I definitely want to work with him.
Okay. Well, aside from like the music, what about you said you're interested in gaming. Is there any like gaming places in particular that you want to work with, like PlayStation or any particular games that you're solely interested in that you'd love to work with in the future?
I think it would be my dream to produce a song for like Nintendo or like for Capcom or something like that, because I grew up playing those games and I still play them now, and like the music is such an important part of it. Yes, the gameplay is important, but I think just from a producer standpoint, like I've always, even from a child, like I would just like literally go into the games and just listen to the music like over and over again like it was a song, because it just like, I don't know, it's,
you find it interesting?
Yeah, it adds to the gameplay. So yeah.
That's good to know.
just how I like that. Make me your queen. A Mitch might bite back. Put me in a palace where I should be. Drink from the chalice. Wine what you might be. You look at me. Eyes so beaming. Reach out on me. I'm so shocking. No, I won't do it. No, no mocking. No, I won't do it. Bad news for you. I'm like gum on your shoe. I might puncture the mood to know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the town. Make sure I see you frown. Cause I got rules to follow. You felt shit's going down. Bad news for you. I'm like gum on your shoe. I might puncture the mood to know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take the town. Make sure I see you frown. Cause I got rules to follow. You felt shit's going down. I'm back with a vengeance. 5.5 done with pretension. Saying come here, but did you not mention your other boy at home sucking your section? No, I'm not dumb, no, I'm not weak. Thinking that you're far away, that these blind eyes can't see. Sheesh, not to sound stalky, but I can still see your location on my phone screen. Is the grass really that green? Hope you buy flowers more than once a yearly. While you butter your bread chips at Bingley, I've been getting my bread chips at Ritzy. Don't like when I'm strong. New era, I'ma transform. While I'm out on the town being the greatest. Crying to the pillow, think about what you wasted. Bad news for you. I'm like
Baby preta. Baby preta.
If it ain't her, I don't want it.
Girl, these girls be talking about me like they're paying my bills, doing anything. But at the end of the day, you're not doing shit.
I like to splurge, the money be heavy when it's in the purse, yeah, yeah. It's like a purse, she pissing me off, she'll be in the verse, yeah, yeah. It's like a curse, my content's so full, it's about the burst, yeah, yeah. She said I'm the worst, so I hit it with the Uno reverse. He be rolling, he passing it over. He be ballin', pull up in a Rover. I'm his look, so he calling me Clover. Walkie talkie told me to come over. Yeah, he like the way I talk. It bounce when I walk. He wanna slut me out, but he can keep it classy. He know what I'm about. He love that laffy taffy.
Laffy taffy. He love that laffy taffy. Laffy taffy.
Se não sabes, eu vou te ensinar. Fica bem do meu lado. E aqui eu vou te mostrar como o galo canta o fado. Just gotta shake it.
Shake it.
Show them how your mama made it. He be rolling, he passing it over. He be ballin', pull up in a Rover. I'm his look, so he calling me Clover. Walkie talkie told me to come over. Yeah, he like the way I talk. It bounce when I walk. He wanna slut me out, but he can keep it classy. He know what I'm about. He love that laffy taffy. That's the sound of that cash and I'm shaking it. Money comes fast and I'm taking it. He using the flash and he feeling it. I've been shaking my ass and he loving it. They wanna hit the club and shake it like it's nothing. Cause this shit off the cuff.
It's better. So ill. They know what I'm about.
He be crying for telling it's over. He first pull up in a new car. He be loving me like I'm a clover. If it messes us up, then it's over. It's split that. If it messes us up, then it's over. He wanna eat it. He be undefeated, yeah. Like Michael Jackson, he wanna beat it. He be rolling, he passing it over. He be ballin', pull up in a Rover. I'm his luck, so he calling me Clover. Walkie talkie told me to come over. Yeah, he like the way I talk. It bounce when I walk. He wanna slut me out, but he can keep it classy. He know what I'm about. He love that laffy taffy. He wanna see, he wanna grab the laffy taffy. He wanna taste, he wanna eat the laffy taffy. He wanna see, he wanna eat the laffy taffy. What the hell she gotta do with me? She want my Laffy Taffy. That's crazy.
You know I want you, babe. See me dancing in blue moonlight, taking Polaroids, feeling drunk off pale moonshine. I'm in your arms. Say you won't let me go. Smell like the summertime, the season I love the most. I go on, I still flow, this is my time. Maybe we will be together, not in this lifetime. I move on, but I'm strong, yet I still lay in regret. In my head, keep saying to myself, no way, no way, no way, no way. You know, I really thought we would have called by now, but guess not. You made it there. Say a house is not a home without your care. I'm needed here, wearing all black, dancing, holding you near. We're in July. Say your flight leaves at 2. We say goodbye. Say that I'll see you soon, but I go on, I still flow. This is my time. Maybe we will be together, not in this lifetime. I move on, but I'm strong, yet I still lay in regret. In my head, keep saying to myself, no way, 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 no way. You know I want you, babe. See me dancing in blue moonlight. You take a Polaroid. That's when you said goodbye. No way, 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 no way. And that's that, but life goes on, so bring on the next chapter.
I never thought it would last. You deterred me in the past from getting too close to you. But if I really showed you how my life's changed because of you, I'd hope you'd stay for a few. I've Never been so free, 'cause loving you is so easy. If you were the one who was getting in love, you'd want to love you too. My life has been the worst. You'll never get how it hurts to be someone like me. But the past's in the past. I hope the future's in contrast. To think it's meant to last. You always know just what to say to really brighten my day. If you were the one who was getting your love, you'd want to love you too. Can't you see it's all about you? You are my guiding light. In your arms I want to be. All the sleepless nights. It's all about you. Whatever you do, it's fine. Baby, baby, all I can do is just let you shine, shine. Yeah. I never thought it would last. You've deterred me in the past from getting too close to you. Yeah. But if I really showed you how my life's changed 'cause of you, I'd hope you'd stay for a few. I've never been so free, 'cause loving you is so easy. If you were the one who was getting in love, you'd want to love you too. I never thought it would last. You've deterred me in the past from getting too close to you. But if I really showed you how my life changed 'cause of you, I'd hope you'd stay for a few. I've never been so free, 'cause loving you was so easy. If you were the one who was getting in love, you'd want to love you too. Can't you see it's all about you?
Okay, welcome back to day 3 of the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Docks Centre of Sustainability. We are live at radioactives.org and also live on YouTube, radio.active 2.0. If you want to listen to us on that live stream, you are more than welcome to join and tell your friends. Hello.
Hi.
I'm going to ask you your name, even though I know it already, but for the benefits of the people that are listening, what is your name and what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm Andrew Ravenscroft, and I've got a grand title of Professor of Education and Social and Community Work, and
Fantastic.
I started Radioactive over 10 years ago. Yeah.
Yes, you are the daddy.
Yeah.
As it were. Brilliant. Okay, so I've got a few questions here. So how has the role of internet radio changed since the launch of Radioactive 101?
Oh, blimey.
I know it's a while back.
It's quite interesting because it's changed quite a bit. When we first started, we were one of the first. So then it was a question. We were one of the first to the services that you get that were reliable had only just come on stream. In fact, before that, the people I was working with were running a dodgy server that kept falling down, and then so we were one of the first to sort of start using the commercial services.
And this was what year again?
This would be 2013, 14.
Okay, all right.
So we're talking 10 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And what was interesting then was that, if you like, when we started to work with youth organisations, etc., we were quite successful because pirate radio was sort of the equivalent.
Still going strong then.
So there was commercial radio, but the young people that we were working with, the youth organisations, all knew about pirate radio, listened to pirate radio, and one of the simple ways we presented it was just like it was a way of doing pirate radio but properly. So it was for the community, it was from the young people, but we followed Ofcom guidelines, everything was done properly.
Yeah.
We normally did a pre-recording and then editorial check on it. So and it became really popular because then social media wasn't so prevalent. So to young people, this really was a unique way of getting their voice out there about issues.
Yeah.
And not just that, but when the voice is actually linked to context, like youth organisations, so it wasn't just an individual saying what they think. It might come, it might have come out of a group who are already established a youth organisation, and so there would be some thought gone into the content that was made.
Right.
In fact, a lot of thought.
Yes.
And although we had a small listenership, we had hundreds actually. We made that. Creating that listenership itself a useful activity for the young people, because even in the production stage we'd be thinking, hold on, who's going to be interested in this? How are you going to market this? How are you going to present it? And so they would get in touch with their friends and other youth organisations, their family, so it was very much like a local thing.
When you say local, you mean Newham?
No, I mean, when I say locally, it would be local in terms of people in the youth organisations would tell people that they knew that this broadcast was going out at a particular time.
I see.
And then they would make a point of listening.
Word of mouth.
And we even had some youth organisations who would have listening groups. So when they'd been working on a particular show, and then it was going out, they would we'd actually work the times because we only made like about one show a month.
Right.
That it might be like, I think it's like a Friday at 7 o'clock when all the young people would be, and then they'd sit down, listen to the radio show, and then have a discussion about it.
Great. So it really was a community thing, an event.
Yeah, but also, I mean, most importantly, it was a really way of getting young people to show what they thought about things in a legitimate way.
Right.
So so what we did, we never created the themes. We just facilitated.
Yeah.
But what we did is help them with writing for radio, so that they presented the themes in a way that's legitimate and was always, was quite professional.
So were you expecting that when you first started out, that it would be as organic as that?
No. When we first started out, I thought we'd have lots of really bad DJing as being most of the content.
Yeah.
And it's a really lovely surprise because the whole point is that the model that we adopted, which is like proper co-production with young people, it really is facilitating them to do what they felt they wanted to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it was just really amazing that what we got was these magazine type programs about the issues in their lives.
Right.
So there's no reason why they couldn't have DJ'd.
Right.
And grime was just kicking off then, but instead they wanted to make shows about issues that are affecting their lives.
Cool.
Of course, violence and crime, sort of education opportunities, just giving their views on certain political issues and things, mental health, sort of, and we tended to have these magazine type shows where we just got lots of young people, some told stories, sometimes they made music, but it was they were all like magazine type shows where the young people really did express the issues that the tagline is voices that are usually unheard, and that was very much it.
Right.
It was almost like once the young people had an opportunity, they had so many things they wanted to say.
Yeah.
Because nobody had been listening to them.
Right. Yeah. It's a no-brainer, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Lovely. A great story, and that's the way it should be, and that's the way it should grow.
But to answer your question, I think since then, obviously, internet radio now has become far more accessible.
Yeah.
And of course, we've got podcasting coming in the mix now, so the whole landscape has changed. But I don't know whether radio's gone away or whether it's due for a resurgence. I don't know, because I think we've got there's a lot of individuals making content about individuals
or about themselves.
And probably I think pushing the dial back towards. So you see, Radioactive was a very community thing. It was organisations with young people working together.
Right. It's become more singular.
I think it's really good for young people to develop a more collective consciousness. And think, not just about they can still do their own.
Yeah.
They can still make their own podcasts.
Absolutely.
But maybe thinking, what do they, as a group, think? What do they think their organisation stands for?
Right.
What do they think they should advocate for? And I just think it's developing a more collective consciousness, if you like.
No, absolutely.
It's something we need to help young people to do.
Yes, and not just once a month either, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as great as that is, but maybe that once a month thing could actually be helpful in organising stuff and making it all happen in one big moment. Yeah. So, another question: how do you think your role as a psychologist, right?
Yeah.
Relates to radio or radioactive?
Well, that's a really good question. I mean, a number of ways. I think the most important point is that I've always been obsessed with language and thought and meaning, and so this is a really practical way of actually giving young people some context where they can think about meaningful things,
right?
And they can communicate those things in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
And by doing that, there's a really strong sense of empowerment.
Yeah.
So, so facilitating young people, particularly young people, to articulate their views on a topic and then express them where you're not interfering with the passion or the significance, but you're just trying to polish the presentation.
Right.
Then when they hear that, they develop it's not just about creating content. They develop a sense of confidence.
Right.
And also, like we all do, like you asking me a question now, we only understand something when we actually explain it.
Yeah, in the moment.
Yeah. So just giving and the thing about radio, it's so accessible. People could listen to it on the bus with their earphones.
Absolutely.
We can listen to it while we're doing the washing up. In fact, most people have dishwashers these days. But you get the idea. Or we can, and so it's a really, and also it's very natural. What we found was, just having. Because we did think about doing video in those days. We didn't go with radio because we were obsessed with radio. It seemed to be the medium that fitted the young people that we're working with.
Yeah.
But I just think that there's all these positive psychological side effects. One, as my professor mentor says, the most important thing about saying something is knowing what you're talking about. He's from Yorkshire, and and that's very true. That if you're going to prepare and make a radio, you will need to up your level of competence and research about what it is that you're going to be talking about. It becomes very different than a conversation down the pub.
Absolutely.
And so that develops not just communication skills, but I would argue psychological skills, where you've got to think. You need to think about an audience, so it gets you out of yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to think in terms of not just what do I think, but how will this be received?
Yeah.
And you have to. This is in psychology. This is called dialogic, where you have to look at things from the perspective of another.
Right.
Which is a great concept, but very difficult.
Yeah.
To realise.
Because who wants to do that? It's not a natural thing to do, is it?
But when you're making radio, you have to.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so you see, there's all these positive psychological spin-offs.
Yeah.
It seems like, you're just making radio, but you're not.
Oh no.
What you're doing is composing a dialogue that is meaningful to you, and then you think it can be communicated to somebody else.
Yeah, in real time.
Yeah. But what we found, which was really amazing, because we did evaluations of the project, was the improvements in young people's confidence. That's what, and self-esteem.
And did you notice that in real time as well?
Yeah. So to give you a practical example, I would start work with a youth organisation. And there'd be certain people, often women, who wouldn't talk very much, and then they've maybe done a few interviews that have then been recorded and got on the radio. The classic ones, I think, we talked at the police a few times, the community policeman, and again, you can imagine just that act of getting a community policeman to come into a youth organisation and talk to the young people.
Yeah.
It's magic, really, because obviously there's issues between young people and the police.
Yeah.
And then I would go back to the same organ, and I'd see the same young people who were quite shy and quiet, suddenly confident and participating.
Yeah.
After a very short, they might make 2 radio shows or something, and the transformation could be dramatic.
Yeah, pretty instant. Yeah. It's because it's such a hands-on thing, and I think it forces them into, like you say, thinking about outside of themselves, more instead of just being withdrawn and thinking about themselves all the time. So what can you tell me about your academic profile?
Wasn't expecting to get asked that. It's I don't know what to say really. I mean, it's to put it in simple terms. I mean, I'm currently Professor of Education and Social and Community Work. Previously, I was Professor of Technology Enhanced Learning. That's how this radio stuff all came about. But I think now, if I've got most of the work that I do now is socially engaged participatory research. So it's basically working with young people or other groups to develop interventions that they think might help them in their lives. So really, I suppose, I'm seen as somebody who works directly with vulnerable groups and communities.
Starting at what age?
Mainly young. I would say young people rather than children.
Right.
Although officially children go up to 18.
Right.
But typically, over the past 10 years or so, I've been working with mostly youth organisations.
Yeah.
I think to give you an example of like what I do that sums up recently, I've been looking into boxing and mindfulness.
Wow.
And you think, why boxing and mindfulness? That sounds... First, when I first heard it, I thought, how can these two things go together?
Right.
But then I think, hold on, but lots of young people who might otherwise get involved in crime, boxing is a really strong... The technical term is diversion reactivity.
Right.
So it's a positive activity for young people to do, going to boxing gyms.
Right.
And also, they develop all sorts of discipline.
Yes.
More importantly, form friendships. It's a positive activity.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you think, young people at the moment, it's interesting because I'm working on a proposal at the moment where we think, it seems to me, a lot of the young people are linked to mobile phones,
right.
social media.
Instantly, yeah.
Overstimulation, distraction, and in brief, the technology is controlling us, young people. We're not controlling it.
Yes.
So how can we develop a more reflective approach to managing our minds?
Right.
Mindfulness. So let's put it together with boxing.
Amazing.
So that is probably typical of the sort of thing that I've been. So I didn't originate the boxing and mindfulness. Some friends and colleagues originated that as an intervention, but we've been evaluating it and working out why is it attractive to young people? Because you can imagine, everybody would agree that mindfulness is a useful thing to have. But it's very difficult to develop.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm a Buddhist and I've been doing meditation for 10 years. So how do we? I'm pretty convinced that mindfulness can improve our lives in so many ways. And also, it's almost a necessity given the pace that our minds would otherwise be working at.
Yes.
But how do we get that? How do we help populations that probably need it most, who probably also resistant?
Right.
So this idea of linking it to boxing that's why, and so we've evaluated. We're evaluating that at the moment.
Yeah.
And also thinking about how can we. And what came out of that is getting an angle on young people's lived experience, which is. It's staggering.
Phenomenal.
It's linked to the mobile phones and social media almost constantly.
Yes.
Not sleeping, staying awake.
Right.
I think more importantly, not having agency in what they're doing online.
Right.
So I've probably got for this. So I guess that sort of epitomises what I do. I mean, I'm very interested in thinking what are the real problems for young people, as told by young people, not dreamed up by academics.
No, absolutely, absolutely.
What is the presenting problem, and how can we work with them, to create interventions that improve their situation?
And it wouldn't just be boxing, would it? I mean, it could extend to martial arts or any kind of sport.
Well, it could be sport, or it could be music, or it could be dance,
or something creative.
And this is what we've been looking at. It's really interesting because talking to the youth workers, and these are the ones where you'll get the real, they're busy working with young people
every day.
They will be the ones that say we've got to do something about young people and their level of distraction and overstimulation, and so potentially linking it to music, because actually there's a whole thing about music and meditation, and there's a whole thing called deep listening. So there's work on that. So what's come out of this is that the boxing and mindfulness is just one example of how, and even the word mindfulness, maybe it's the wrong word.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because for some people it works okay, and for some young people to give you some idea, I was asked the most wonderful question the other day. I was asked by a youth worker. They were asked by a young person what a mind was. Then he asked me what a mind was. And I had to answer. And so you wouldn't get a gem like that by doing traditional research.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. No, it's a very modern question, isn't it? Deep mind. Cool. I really had something on my mind that I was going to say then, but it's completely gone.
See, what is a mind?
Yeah, right, exactly. But
and
never mind.
The truth is we don't know.
Yeah, right.
Like the research has never found a memory.
Right.
We don't know. We know if the brain gets damaged, then certain memories don't work, but we've never found a memory. Where are they?
No, exactly. Yeah. We don't remember the 24th of July 2008. You know, we can't remember every day. But we do have certain memories that we hold on to, and we have them till the day we pass. Okay, so I've got one more question for you here. How would you measure the impact of participation in radio on young people's well-being? Is it quantifiable?
Whether it's I would say it's recognisable. I'm not sure. See, I'm a great believer in that we measure things when we can, and if we can't measure something but it exists, we find some other way to understand it. So I think in terms of, it's interesting because this is exactly what we're doing at the moment with the boxing and mindfulness. We know it has benefits, but I'm actually working with the young people and the youth workers and the people to find out what they think the benefits are. Then when we've worked out what they think the benefits are, we'll work out if we can measure it. But I think it's really important, and this is why I'm not a conventional psychologist. Often the most important things in life aren't easily measurable. Love, justice, and so just because we can't measure something shouldn't stop us looking into it.
No, absolutely.
So I think there's definitely, I wouldn't say it's necessarily radio. I would say it's more the undercurrent processes that giving an individual the chance to articulate what they think about something and giving them the legitimacy and listening to what they have to say.
Awesome. Yeah.
Is empowering, and it does effectively improve people's well-being. But these things won't come out in straight lines. I think this is the problem with so-called conventional research. They want to say, and I do a lot of make proposals. Yeah, somebody would like to say, oh, Andrew, so can you do a radio setup that's going to stop youth crime?
Right.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Wave a magic wand.
Yeah. Can you improve mental health?
Right.
To which the answer is going to be probably, but I'm going to have to do the project to find out how first.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a need, which is this university is very good at. We do lots of participatory research, and this university is one of the few where people get this. That often the most important things are the most difficult things.
Yes.
To measure.
Yes, indeed.
Well, that doesn't mean we should give up on them.
No, even more reason to stick at it. Yeah.
And it's like what is how meaningful is the measurement as well?
Right. Okay.
What do these so-called measurements mean?
Right. And will they be the same next year or the year afterwards? Awesome. Yeah. So that thing that did slip my mind was. So boxing and mindfulness, instead of mindfulness, you could say boxing and mental discipline. Yeah, I don't know, but
one of the things we call is mind-body training. That's what people think is probably a more suitable
mind-body training
thing, and that fits with because that overlaps then with all sports psychology and mindfulness in sport, where often then it's not meant to optimize your performance.
Sure.
So mind-body training, but do you know what?
Yep.
What I would do is speak to the people who are doing it and say, what do you think this should be called?
Exactly, right.
What shall we call it in your context? If we're doing a workshop, what shall we call it? In other words, which is so simple. Instead of saying, trying to explain a concept, but people don't relate to that explanation.
Exactly.
Ask them what they think. Ask people what they think.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
And what they feel about it as well, not just think.
I hope that goes forward in that way, Awesome. Okay, well, Professor Andrew Ravenscroft, thank you very much for coming in,
Alex,
and for setting all this up. It's just been a real joy being here for the last 3 days anyway, and obviously before talking to you last year, and troubleshooting all that stuff. So it's really been an amazing journey, and I'm so happy to be part of it. And I just hope it goes from strength to strength.
Okay,
I really do.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks, Andrew. All right, take care.
I call her my darling. You get along. From Miami to Florida, my love for you gets stronger. From London to Bogota, yo te amo, mamacita. Your love has been driving me crazy. I don't know what to do, I'm so perplexed. I want to get on my feet, I'm just too lazy. I am not only, no one is perfect. Ooh, schoolboy for the girls then. Me all my China, all la Colombia, bonjour Paris.
You are now listening to Radioactive 101.
This is Radioactive 101.
Hello and welcome back to day 3 of the Creative Industries Festival here at the Royal Docks Centre of Sustainability, live at radioactives.org and also live streams on YouTube at radio.active 2.0. And right now I'm joined by Milo.
Hiya.
Hello Milo, you're right.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Good,
How are you?
good. Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, we're getting to the end of day 3, you know, so we're winding down. Everything's cool the same way, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So just tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're here now.
So my name's Milo. I graduated from UEL in 2023. I studied economics and now I'm on the graduate scheme working as a graduate project manager within the student life team.
Brilliant, brilliant. Mm-hmm. And so you graduated in 23. Have you been doing that since 23 or was there a gap?
No, so about a year ago now, they launched the graduate scheme, so that's when I joined.
Okay,
yeah, so I'm about a year in.
And what's your role in Student Life Radio now?
In Student Life, it's graduate project manager, but as part of my role, I also run the Student Life Radio, which is, I guess, a bit to the side of that.
And what does Student Life Radio entail? I mean, how often does it go out?
Okay, so we'll be starting it up again very soon, actually, but last year was the launch of it, and we had episodes coming out every month between October and May or June, I believe.
Okay, so all over winter.
Yeah. Basically through the academic year.
Okay, I see. And what have you got from it?
What have I got from it?
Or what are you getting from it?
What am I getting from it? Meeting new people, which is something I love to do. I wouldn't say I was a natural host to begin with, but it's given me the skills to keep it up. I think even having this conversation now, I'd probably be a lot more nervous and a lot more stuttery if I didn't have that under my belt.
True. What do you find easier, being a host or being a guest?
Probably the guest, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do any of the
exactly,
research.
Exactly.
Okay, cool.
You drive and I just sit in the passenger seat.
You enjoy the view, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So, what have you been up to today? Because you've rushed over here.
Yeah.
So I'm just
literally.
wondering what you've been doing today.
So as part of my role as a project manager, I look after some of the start of year operations, which is obviously super busy at this time of year.
Right.
So today had a nice long meeting with my team about what we've done, what we're yet to do, what we might think about doing. So it's just getting bits and bobs together, really.
That's awesome. And are you local?
Local-ish. I live in Bow at the moment, but I'm from Kent, and I'm going to be moving back there by the end of this month. So.
Yeah, so reality bites. Like,
exactly.
Whereabouts in Kent?
Do you know Medway?
Yeah.
Like Chatham, Rochester Street. Yeah,
nice,
exactly.
Nice. Okay, cool. So is that family over there? Or?
Family, yeah,
nice.
exactly.
So it's the best way sometimes.
Yeah,
especially
definitely.
now the autumn's coming in.
I'm not going to be outside anymore.
Cool. What's the so what do you think the future for Student Life Radio is going to be?
I think this year we spoke
where do you see it going?
Where do I see it going? I think it would be nice to speak to more people, I guess, that are external to the uni but still part of like the East London community.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be I guess a good way to establish some more relationships and like see where we can take that, see how it can help students as well.
I think it would be really cool if this was working with Student Life in some way as well, like if we done some kind of collaboration. You know, it's just like, shooting this out into the breeze online, but I think it would be
I think so too. I think
a useful thing.
It's been an idea to do like maybe like a live episode in the past, but I just don't have the facilities to do it, but I think it's definitely something we could explore.
Cool. And so Student Life Radio is based where?
So we record it on Docklands campus.
You do, right. Okay.
And it goes out on all the usual podcasts.
Cool. Is there any way we can find out there's a contact for you or any details that you could give out for Student Life?
For Student Life, you can always email studentlife@uel.ac.uk.
Right, and that could just be for anything, for content, if somebody's got an idea for...
Yeah, definitely. It will be forwarded on to me because we don't have a mailbox just for the radio, so that would be to the whole of Student Life. Right. But you can also reach out to me directly. If you're internal, my name's Milo Olsen-Benjamin. Mm-hmm. Externally, you can just reach out on LinkedIn.
Okay, LinkedIn. Okay, and so LinkedIn, that would just be a Student Life link or your name?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, okay, I see what you mean. Oh, great stuff, dude. Cool. Well, there's not much left of the festival. But we're all just shooting the breeze here, So it's been short and sweet, but thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me. Such short notice as well.
Yeah, and for rushing over and being cool. Thanks, Milo. Great to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
All right, nice one, dude.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You are now listening to Radioactive 101.
This is Radioactive 101.
Okay, welcome back to the final broadcast for day 3 here at the Creative Industries Festival at the Royal Dock Centre of Sustainability. It's been a really, really, really interesting few days, and I hope you can listen to this when it's properly edited and all done and dusted, and find that you get something from it, from all the people that have come in, the stall holders, the staff that have been running the event, and just anybody that's been popping in. It's been really great to just chat to everyone. So I would personally like to say thank you very much to Professor Andrew Ravenscroft and to Dr. Patrick Evans, and to Jaheem, our long-suffering engineer, aka Kutsu, who's also, you can listen to his interview when you listen back. I'm going to stop rabbiting on now. Thank you very much to the Creative Industries Festival and to UEL